Chapter 2112. The entire slaughter battlefield was in a state of complete chaos. There was no so-called commander to organize the geniuses and experts of various races. Instead, they moved alone or in groups of 3 to 5, searching for enemies to kill. Death could happen at any time. It was possible that while they were hunting enemies, they would also be hunted down by other enemies. Unknowingly, Chu Mu was getting closer and closer to the center of the slaughter battlefield. The geniuses of various races seemed to be the same. Human, I have finally found you again. Die. After divine star Tsang Shui discovered Chu Mu, he was pleasantly surprised. Murderous intent filled his body. His tyrannical spiritual will was the first to attack. It was like an invisible sword piercing towards Chu Mu. The sword vibrated like a pair of wings, shaking the sky. The sword turned into a raging wave. Divine wave sword technique. The tyrannical spiritual will drew in the power of heaven and earth, turning it into a raging wave. The power was ferocious and shocking. Chu Mu immediately recognized the other party. It was the god race genius who had escaped from his sword that day. He did not expect to see the other party again today. The other party's sword attack was as ferocious as a raging wave. Chu Mu immediately knew that the other party's sword technique had clearly improved. His strength was also much stronger than before. He already had the strength of a small sacred saint, and not just a normal small sacred saint. However, Chu Mu's current strength was also stronger than before. He could even fight an ordinary greater sacred master. 5th level of the sky-shattering cloud sword technique. Without any hesitation, Chu Mu slashed down with his sword. The terrifying sword light shattered the clouds within 5,000 meters. It instantly turned into a huge light sword that slashed down. The huge sword of light collided with the raging waves. In an instant, the extremely condensed sword of light cleaved the raging waves apart, slashing downwards with unstoppable force. Divine Star Tsang Shui's expression changed drastically. He had never imagined that in the past few months, his strength had increased significantly, but his opponent's increase was even greater than his own. Shatter Rune. He directly shattered his 3 slaughter runes in exchange for even more power. Shatter Star. It was still not enough. Without any hesitation, Divine Star Tsang Shui directly used her innate ability, shattering her own divine star in exchange for even greater power. Under the superposition of the shattering rune and the shattering star, Sacred Star Azure Water felt that her body was filled with tyrannical power. Her spiritual will spread out and directly affected the fluctuations in the air. Kill! Divine Star Tsang Shui let out a low growl. The power in his body surged as he used the divine wave sword technique again. There were countless sword lights. Each sword light was like a tidal wave. The countless sword lights were like countless tidal waves. They were densely packed and stacked on top of each other. Finally, they transformed into a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering tidal wave that roared and shook the heavens and earth. This sword had reached the pinnacle of small sacred venerables. It already had the power to threaten Chu Mu. Chu Mu held the Li Perishing sword with both hands and raised it up high. After the incomparably tyrannical energy passed through his body, it poured into the Li Perishing sword, causing the sword light to shine brightly. The Tao-seeking sword art was about me as the master. Between heaven and earth, I am the center. Within this world, I am the master. Between heaven and earth, I am the only sovereign. When Shao Chun chopped down, the resplendent sword light occupied the air as if it became the center of the world. Before that sword strike, the blazing wave suddenly stopped. The world seemed to lose its color, turning black and white. After the wave was chopped apart, the sword light descended. Divine Star Tsang Shui could not move at all. The might of this strike was already sufficient to severely injure or even kill an ordinary, great holy venerate. When the sword light descended, its unparalleled might tore apart Divine Star, Psungshue's divine armor. Even Divine Star, Psungshue's body turned into dust. After the deity race lost the protection of their divine armor, their bodies were not much different from the bodies of humans. Compared to the bodies of the demons, they were far inferior. This is the first deity race genius to die by my sword since the start of the battlefield of massacre. Chu Mu thought to himself, this is just the beginning. Following this, there will be even more outstanding talents of the deity race and demon race dying under my sword. Xiao Chen directly put away Divine Star, Psungshue's spatial ring. As for the divine armor and sword, they were damaged and of little value. After killing Divine Star, Psungshue, Chu Mu felt that his aura seemed to have become even more condensed. This was an external manifestation of his hidden confidence. It meant that his confidence and sword heart had been tempered. After hunting the wild goose all day, one would be pecked by the wild goose in the end. This was a kind of portrayal. Chu Mu burst forth at full speed, executing the second layer of the world's near at hand body to the extreme. He continuously expended his energy in order to shake off the pursuers behind him. Not long ago, he had killed a few devil species, small sacred venerables. Just as he was leaving, he encountered a devil species, extreme, sacred venerable. Chu Mu's current strength was indeed not weak, but that was only relative to small sacred venerables. Even if it was a normal great sacred venerable, he still had the ability to kill it. However, he couldn't kill the more powerful great sacred venerables. Those powerful great sacred venerables could completely crush the current Chu Mu, let alone the extreme sacred venerables that were much stronger than great sacred venerables. Fortunately, this supreme sacred venerate of the demon race was from the corpse devil race. He had an extremely tough body that was far stronger than refined steel. His strength was also extremely shocking. However, speed was his shortcoming. Because of this, he could not catch up to Chu Mu. However, he was in supreme sacred venerate after all. Speed was his shortcoming, but he was not slower than a greater sacred venerate. He still followed Chu Mu, closing in little by little. Chu Mu was not afraid of being chased, nor was he surprised. This was a true battlefield of slaughter. Even great emperors would enter. However, they would be fighting on a different level, while exceptional saints below great emperors would be fighting on the same level. As such, it was not strange for exceptional saints to run into first refinement saint venerates. If he was unlucky, he might even run into a half-step great emperor and be reduced to ashes. Chu Mu's chi was rather good, so the enemies he ran into usually did not surpass greater sacred venerates. Even if there were, they would be ordinary greater sacred venerates. However, he did not know if he was unlucky or not, but he had run into a supreme sacred venerate of the demon race this time. Even his most powerful strike could not harm the supreme sacred venerate at all. Since that was the case, Chu Mu naturally would not fight with the supreme sacred venerate like an idiot. He would leave first. Chu Mu frowned slightly as he felt the energy in his body drain away. If this goes on, I won't be able to shake off the supreme sacred venerate even if I run out of energy and recover, Chu Mu thought. After all, endurance was a specialty of the Corpse Devil clan. Moreover, the supreme sacred venerate was many times more powerful than Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang ran out of energy, he would not be able to maintain his current speed. He would inevitably be caught and become the supreme sacred venerate's food. I can only take a risk, Chu Mu thought to himself. The so-called risk naturally meant finding other strong enemies, such as the supreme sacred venerate of the God clan or the 8th or 9th level slaughtering beasts. Whether it was the supreme sacred venerate of the God clan or the 8th or 9th level slaughtering beasts, they were all tyrannical existences that Chu Mu could not fight against. If he wanted to use them to shake off the Corpse Devil clan's pursuit, it would be like dancing on the edge of a knife. The slightest mistake would lead to his death on the spot. However, Chumu could only do so for now, unless he could meet a supreme sacred venerate of the human clan or a half-step great emperor expert to save him. After another round of pursuit, the supreme sacred venerate of the corpse devil clan continued to pursue Jian Wushuang. He would not give up because he had already recognized Jian Wushuang's identity. The supreme sacred venerate of the human clan, Chu Wangting. Before he met Jian Wushuang, he had been constantly searching for him. Now that he had met Jian Wushuang, how could he let him go? After another 15 minutes, the supreme sacred venerate of the corpse devil clan was closer to Chu Mu. At the same time, Chu Mu saw a pack of wolf-shaped slaughtering beasts in front of him. There were several hundred of them, and each one was a middle-rank slaughtering beast. There were 4th, 5th, and 6th stage slaughtering beasts. There were even a few that had reached the 7th stage. They were the rare slaughtering beasts that lived in groups. I hope you can help me shake off the pursuit. Chu Mu's eyes lit up. A 7th-level slaughtering beast was equivalent to a great sacred venerate. It was more tyrannical than an ordinary great sacred venerate. In an instant, Chu Mu rushed down towards the group of slaughtering beasts. The group of slaughtering beasts also noticed Chu Mu's existence and immediately let out ferocious howls. They raised their sharp claws and clawed at Chu Mu, tearing the sky apart. The cold light intertwined like a terrifying storm, and all of them rushed towards Chu Mu. You want to use a group of beasts to shake off my pursuit? Don't even think about it. The supreme sacred venerate of the corpse devil clan shouted coldly as his body also fell. Chu Mu used the world's end near at hand body to the extreme and quickly dodged the cold light and sharp claws. He shuttled past the slaughtering beasts one by one, but he had no intention of attacking because it might slow him down. However, the supreme sacred venerate of the corpse devil clan did not do so. After he fell, he rushed forward and used his tyrannical body to resist the cold light of the slaughtering beast's sharp claws. He slashed out with the serrated broadsword in his hand, and a terrifying broadsword light streaked across dozens of meters, directly cutting 7 or 8 slaughtering beasts in half, killing them instantly. It was fine if he did not kill them, but once he did, it seemed to have angered the crowd. All of the slaughtering beasts seemed to have been enraged. They roared again and again, and most of them attacked the supreme sacred venerate of the corpse devil clan to buy more time for Chu Mu. A group of beasts, go to hell! The supreme sacred venerate of the corpse devil clan roared, shaking the heavens and earth. The serrated broadsword emitted an astonishing black light and slashed down from above. It was a huge black broadsword light that was 100 meters long. It rose from the ground and slashed down from the sky like a guillotine. Under the broadsword light, nearly 10 slaughtering beasts were killed on the spot. This slash infuriated those massacre behemoths that had reached rank 7. It was true that the slaughtering beasts did not have much intelligence, but their killing instinct allowed them to make some judgments about what kind of enemy was more threatening. Several mid-level slaughtering beasts of the 7th order were not so easy to deal with. The supreme sacred venerate of the corpse devil clan erupted with power, and a black light soared into the sky. Chapter 21:13. The black blade light tore through the sky violently, killing the slaughtering beasts one after another. Several rank 7 slaughtering beasts were also suppressed, unable to cause any harm to the corpse devil clan elite. Although the rank 7 slaughtering beasts were stronger than most great sacred masters, there was still a big gap between them and a supreme sacred master, especially one from the demon clan. Not long after, a rank 7 slaughtering beast was killed by the elite from the corpse devil clan. A woo, an astonishing howl resounded through the void, shaking the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a cold light tore through the void, grabbing at the elite from the corpse devil clan. Unable to dodge in time, several wounds were torn on his back, and strange black blood flowed out. This was a slaughtering behemoth that was larger than a mid-grade, rank 7 wolf-shaped slaughtering behemoth. Judging from its aura, the corpse devil powerhouse knew that this was a mid-grade, rank 8 slaughtering behemoth. In terms of level, a rank 8 slaughtering beast was equivalent to a supreme sacred master. Wounded, the corpse devil race expert was completely enraged. It forgot about Chumu for a moment and used its serrated blade ferociously. Under its powerful blade technique, it killed another rank 7 slaughter beast. The martial arts of the demon clan were mainly violent and overbearing. They were filled with hostility and were very cruel. They would not stop until one of them was dead. The appearance of the rank 8 slaughtering beast led the remaining 2 rank 7 slaughtering beasts to besiege the supreme sacred master from the corpse devil clan. Good. Chumu smiled to himself. This was a very risky move, but he had done it. He had narrowly escaped death. However, Chumu did not leave. Instead, he observed from afar. With a middle stage 8th stage slaughter beast and 2 middle stage 7th stage slaughter beasts working together, although the corpse devil race's extreme sacred expert was powerful, it was unable to quickly kill them. Chumu had a thought in his heart. If the corpse devil race's extreme sacred expert killed the 3 slaughter beasts, it definitely wouldn't be so easy. Perhaps it would even suffer heavy injuries. Perhaps then it would be an opportunity. If the supreme sacred master from the corpse devil clan still had energy left, he could escape earlier. However, the strength of this intermediate rank 8 slaughtering beast was obviously very strong. Working together with the other 2 intermediate rank 7 slaughtering behemoths, they actually managed to cause damage to the powerhouse of the corpse devil clan. The corpse devil clan's tyrannical body was very tyrannical, and their defensive power was astonishing. This was their innate talent. Even an intermediate rank 7 slaughtering giant beast would find it difficult to break their defense, but an intermediate rank 8 slaughtering giant beast was able to do so. This showed that their claws were extremely sharp. After being injured again, the corpse devil clan member was completely enraged, forgetting his original intention of chasing after Chumu. Disintegrate by force. With a strange roar, the expert from the corpse devil clan gripped the serrated blade with both hands. His entire body's power surged and poured into the giant blade in his hand, stimulating the hidden power within. An earth-shattering boom resounded. The earth quaked and the void trembled. A terrifying aura burst out from the demonic saber, like a 10,000-year-old volcano erupting in an instant. The black flames instantly swept out and covered the corpse devil expert's entire body. It was as if he had spontaneously combusted. The demonic flames were ferocious and released a terrifying aura that caused the surrounding slaughter beasts to feel fear. Chumu's eyes widened. He had seen the disintegrate by force of a demon clan great sacred master before. But compared to the supreme sacred master's disintegrate by force, the difference was too great. The black demonic flames were extinguished. The supreme sacred master of the corpse devil clan's appearance did not change, but his injuries had healed. The serrated blade in his hand had also changed greatly. It had become a giant blade with a long handle that was at least twice as long as before. Black demonic flames were burning on the blade. After disintegrate by force, the supreme sacred master of the corpse devil clan's aura surged and became even more tyrannical. A demon clan great sacred master could barely use disintegrate by force and bear the burden of disintegrate by force. At the level of supreme sacred master, they could use disintegrate by force and bear the burden of disintegrate by force for a certain period of time. After using disintegrate by force, the strength of this expert from the corpse devil clan skyrocketed. Kill. After disintegrate by force, the terrifying power contained in the giant blade was completely stimulated and became even more terrifying. With a slash of the blade, a huge blade light burning with black demonic flames split the void. With one slash, 2 intermediate rank 7 slaughtering beasts were killed. After Disintegrate, by force, the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil clan brandished the giant blade towards the intermediate rank 8 slaughtering beasts, as if he had gone mad. The black demonic flames on the giant blade burned fiercely, like a huge black will of fire rolling towards the slaughtering beasts. The intermediate rank 8 slaughtering beasts had also gone completely berserk. Their terrifying strength erupted, and they did not retreat. Their sharp claws tore through the sky as if they were fighting with their lives on the line. After a fierce battle, the other slaughtering beasts around them were all killed. The giant blade slashed the intermediate rank 8 slaughtering beast's body as the demonic flames burned on its body. The desperate counterattack of the intermediate rank 8 slaughtering beast also caused serious injuries to the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil clan. Fight, fight, fight! Chu Mu was very glad that he did not fight to the death with the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil clan. Otherwise, he would have been the one to die. 60 breaths. The fierce battle after Disintegrate by force lasted for a full 60 breaths. The intermediate rank 8 slaughtering beast was finally killed. The supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil clan was also covered in wounds. Black blood flowed out, and a trace of exhaustion flashed in his eyes. The burden of Disintegrate by force began to become more obvious. The supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil clan hurriedly stopped Disintegrate by force. The black demonic flames on the giant blade retreated, and the giant blade quickly returned to its original state. Disintegrate by force was a secret technique. Every time it was used, it would consume the potential of the demonic weapon. The Divine Clan had divine armors, which would be tempered and upgraded as the Divine Clan cultivators' cultivation increased. The Demon Clan had demonic weapons, which would also be tempered and upgraded as the Demon Clan cultivators' cultivation increased. A great sacred master of the Demon Clan barely had the ability to use Disintegrate by force, other than the great sacred master's own endurance. It was also closely related to the quality of their demonic weapons. It could be said that once a great sacred master of the Demon Clan used Disintegrate by force, his body would be overloaded, and the demonic weapon in his hand would often be damaged to a certain extent. He would not be able to use Disintegrate by force again in a short period of time. Otherwise, the demonic weapon would be destroyed. At the supreme sacred master level, not only would his cultivation increase by a large realm, but the quality of his demonic weapon would also increase. Therefore, it was easy to use Disintegrate by force once, but if it was used a second time in a short period of time, it would damage the source of the demonic weapon's own power. After Disintegrate by force was cancelled, the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil clan's aura rapidly weakened, and even fell to the supreme sacred master level. It was a tough battle. In the end, he won, but he was also heavily injured. He had used up 80 to 90% of his strength and needed time to recover. The powerhouse from the Corpse Devil clan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately took out an elixir to speed up the recovery of his power and injuries. Suddenly, a shadowy sword light pierced through the space crack and cut him in two. It was too sudden and completely unexpected. Coupled with the fact that he was weakened from Disintegrate by force, the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil clan's alertness was at its lowest. Before he could react, the pill in his hand was shattered by one of the sword light. The second sword light mercilessly stabbed towards the center of the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil clan's forehead. The shocking coldness caused his expression to change drastically. He was extremely shocked and furious. He recognized the person who had attacked. It was the human prodigy he had chased down not long ago, Chu Wangting. He had lured the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil clan into a group of slaughtering beasts in an attempt to escape. He had never thought that he would not be killed by the slaughtering beasts. He had not even fled far away. Instead, he had been hiding and waiting for this moment. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great. The supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil clan had never expected that the person who had fled in a panic under his pursuit and had no choice but to rely on the slaughtering beasts to attack him. His body leaned back and quickly turned around, quickly dodging Chu Mu's sword attack. The sawtooth broadsword ferociously chopped down, and a frightening and terrifying blade light spun like a storm, twisting in all directions, leaving no place to hide. He took a step back. The second stage of the 4 directions true steps was just 1 step away. It was as if there was a gap in space. Time and time again, Chu Mu had just barely grasped the second stage of the 4 directions true steps. Now he was proficient in it. Dark blue world suppression. Lesser void descending. After 2 consecutive sword attacks, the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil Clan's black broadsword light storm paused for a moment. The 5th stage of the sky shattering cloud sword technique. The terrifying sword light slashed down, shattering the black broadsword light storm. King's blood. Blood filled the air. The sword slashed down, making the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil Clan feel like he was stretching out his neck and waiting to be chopped off. I am the master. Holding the sword with both hands, he raised it up high and slashed it down again. I am the master between heaven and earth. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Mu unleashed all his strength without holding back. Even his sword principal origin was overloaded, causing his strength to reach an astonishing level. On the contrary, although the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil Clan was far stronger than Chu Mu, he had just gone through an intense battle. He had used up 80 to 90% of his strength after using weapon liberation. Due to the burden of using weapon liberation and the injuries left behind by the powerful enemy, his strength had decreased greatly, and he had no time to recover. Because of this, Chu Mu had the opportunity to contend with and even threaten his opponent. Kill! 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 His sword technique was violent and unparalleled. He attacked with all his might, with the belief that he would not stop until he killed his opponent. The supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil Clan was about to explode. A mere second refinement of the human clan's peerless realm. Although he was a peerless genius, his cultivation was worlds apart from his. How dare he do this? Weapon liberation. Out of helplessness and anger, the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil Clan chose to use weapon liberation a second time. Perhaps this would damage the power of the demonic weapon and worsen his injuries, but it did not matter. As long as he could kill this peerless genius of the human clan, everything would be worth it. However, Chu Mu was already prepared. The moment the supreme sacred master of the Corpse Devil Clan used weapon liberation, there would be an extremely short pause. Then his strength would explode. Chu Mu had to take advantage of that fleeting opportunity. Heaven and earth aligned. The sword light pierced through the air and penetrated his head. Chapter 21:14. The sword light tore through the air and pierced through him. The Supreme Saint Exalt of the Corpse Demon Clan tried his best to widen his eyes, but his soul was rapidly dispersing as his head had been pierced through. He was unable to retaliate at all. He had never thought that he would be killed by Chu Mu from the very beginning. After all, the difference in cultivation and strength was far, far too great. Chu Mu obtained 8 points of battle merit from killing the Supreme Saint Exalt of the Corpse Demon Clan. It was a very ordinary gain, but it had further honed Chu Mu's confidence and strengthened his presence. Moreover, Chu Mu had obtained the Supreme Saint Exalt Space Ring. The space ring of a Supreme Saint Exalt would not be lacking in items. Taking the spoils of war, Chu Mu quickly left. As he ate pills to recover his strength and wounds, he also checked the items in this extreme Holy Saint spatial ring. Before long, Chu Mu made a pleasant discovery. It was a pearl, a completely silver pearl. It wasn't very eye-catching, but what attracted Chu Mu was the aura emanating from it. It was an aura fluctuation belonging to the source of energy. The pearl was not condensed from origin energy. It only contained a sliver of the presence of origin energy. The origin energy gave Chumu an extremely brutal and domineering feeling. Its owner had to be a brutal and domineering ruler, and an extremely powerful one at that. It was even more powerful than the origin energy Chumu had obtained from the Azure secret realm in the Azure domain. The stronger the aura of the origin energy, the more powerful the ruler was. I wonder where the corpse demon expert obtained it from, but it's mine now, thought Jianqin. Although it only contains a sliver of origin energy, it's still so powerful. If I refine it, my cultivation will definitely increase further, thought Chumu. The battlefield of slaughter was extremely dangerous. If he was lucky, the enemies he encountered would not be stronger than him. But if he was unlucky, for example, he might encounter enemies much more powerful than him, forcing him to flee. Sometimes, even if he could escape once, he might not be able to escape a second time. Therefore, increasing one's cultivation and strength was extremely important. However, increasing one's strength often required a considerable amount of time. In a battlefield full of dangers that could change in an instant, one simply didn't have that much time. Now, Chumu had a chance. He had a feeling that as long as he could refine the trace of origin energy on the bead, his cultivation would definitely improve significantly. After recovering his strength, Chumu found a relatively safe place. After casting down layers of restrictions, he held the silver pearl and connected to the origin energy of the way of the sword. The refinement this time was different from the past. In the past, Chumu had not reached the exceptional realm. Therefore, every time he mobilized the way of the sword, it was forcibly mobilized. The refinement was to restore and increase the way of the sword as a whole, which was of little help to his cultivation and strength. However, the refinement this time was completely different. Chumu was using the way of the sword that he could mobilize at will to refine it. Once refined, this sliver of tyrannical origin energy would directly become the way of the sword that he could use at will to increase his cultivation and strength. In terms of quantity, the origin energy contained in the pearl was naturally far inferior to the way of the sword that Chumu used. However, in terms of power, it was superior to Chumu's way of the sword. Therefore, refining it was not so easy. After resisting for more than half a day, Chumu's way of the sword finally shattered the natural resistance of the sliver of origin energy and began to refine it. At the same time, it also led Chumu to refine and communicate with more way of the sword, which played an auxiliary role. Not long after, Chumu refined another 1/1,000,000th of the way of the sword. For every 1/1,000,000th of sword way origin he gained, Chumu's cultivation would increase significantly. His strength would also increase accordingly. After entering the massacre battlefield, the continuous battles, the experience of escaping from death, and the assistance of refining other origin energy, Chumu's cultivation efficiency was far greater than before. 2/1,000,000th of the way of the sword. In this way, Chumu's cultivation broke through from the intermediate second refinement of the exceptional realm to the advanced second refinement of the exceptional realm. However, the breakthrough was not over yet. It continued to improve. One day later, Chumu's cultivation ended. During this period, he was very lucky and was not disturbed at all. 6/1,000,000th of the way of the sword. It's a pity. If I had a little more, my cultivation might be able to break through to the third refinement of the exceptional realm, Chumu thought, but a sliver of a smile flashed through his face. If his cultivation reached the third refinement of the exceptional realm, Chumu was confident that his strength would not be inferior to any great sacred venerate expert. If he unleashed his full strength, he might even be able to contend with ordinary supreme sacred venerates to a certain extent. However, his cultivation had now reached the limit of the second refinement of the exceptional realm, and his strength had improved significantly. Coupled with his sword technique and slaughter runes, he would not be inferior to most great sacred venerates at all. If I can obtain more origin energy, or treasures that contain origin energy, and refine them, My cultivation will increase even faster and my strength will become even greater, Chumu thought. After removing the seals, he quickly left. In the huge valley, there was a fist-sized golden ball floating in the air. The ball slowly rotated on its own, releasing a shocking aura that spread out. The aura was extremely high-end, causing people to feel intimidated. In the sky above the valley, other than this golden ball of light, there were two people at both ends. One was a divine race expert with a blazing sun between his eyebrows, wearing exquisite divine armor. He was the peerless genius of the divine race, Shinsun Heavenly Wings. At the other end, there was a long black saber in each hand. One saber was held in the center, and the other was held in reverse. He wore light black armor, and his face was similar to that of a human. He was somewhat handsome, but also somewhat evil. Waves of strange and dark aura were emitted from his body. The peerless genius of the demon race's Ao Chi royal family, Ao Chi Jingjue, Shinsun Heavenly Wings, and Ao Chi Jingjue discovered this treasure almost at the same time. With their experience, they also recognized what treasure it was, a ball of origin energy. This ball of origin energy was one of the treasures that had descended after the massacre battlefield truly opened. It was also one of the most precious treasures. To any cultivator below the sovereign realm, no matter which race, origin energy was of great use. Thousands of great Daos all led to the same destination. Whether it was the divine race, devil race, human race, or other races, their cultivation methods and paths were all different. However, the further they went, the more similar they would be. Reaching the sovereign realm, it was almost the same. They all focused on cultivating origin energy. If there was really a difference, the origin energy of the divine race was almost the same. That was the origin energy of the divine race, which was also the origin energy of the divine race. After all, that was their innate talent, and the devil race also used their innate talent as their origin energy, which was the origin energy of the physique. It was said that there were powerful divine race and devil race experts who could grasp other origins in addition to the origin energy of the physique, and physique possessing even more terrifying strength. As long as they obtained this source energy, they would be able to refine and absorb it to temper themselves and strengthen their potential. At the same time, it would also stimulate their potential to a certain extent and increase their cultivation, allowing their strength to take another step forward in a short period of time. As peerless heavens prides of the various races, they had actually refined and absorbed the origin energy more than once. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such cultivation base and strength at such a young age. Even as peerless heavens prides of the various races, even if they had refined and absorbed the origin energy more than once, the origin energy was still very limited. It was impossible to provide them with more. Therefore, they had to think of ways to obtain the origin energy. Now that it was right in front of them, how could they let it go? Whether it was the divine sun, heavenly wings, or Aochi Jingjue, both of them wanted to obtain this ball of origin energy. However, they both knew that once they made a move, they would definitely be attacked by the other person. As peerless heavens prides, their strength was about the same. It would be very difficult to determine the victor. The two of them confronted each other, looking for an opportunity. As long as there was the slightest change in the aura, they would immediately make a move to seize the origin energy. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed bit by bit. Whether it was the divine sun, heavenly wings, or Aochi Jingjue, neither of them spoke. They seemed to have become two statues, fixed in the air, not moving at all. Suddenly, Aochi Jingjue moved. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he turned into a black ray of light, moving as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the ball of origin energy and reached out. The divine sun, heavenly wings, also moved. With a slash of his sword, a golden sword light with the blazing heat of the divine sun instantly shot towards Aochi Jingjue. If Aochi Jingjue still insisted on grabbing the origin energy, he would definitely be hit by this slash. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Aoqi Jingjue's blade slashed through the air like a black bolt of lightning towards the golden sword light. The other blade still swept towards the origin energy, attempting to take it away. The glabella of the divine sun, heavenly wings, flashed. The scorching sun phantom seemed to fluctuate, shooting out an invisible but astonishing spiritual will. With an incomparable heat, it struck Aoqi Jingjue, instantly causing Aoqi Jingjue's body to tremble, and his movements to slow down a little. The divine sun heavenly wings turned into a golden light and also appeared beside the origin energy. He reached out with his hand, intending to grab this ball of origin energy. As long as either of them grabbed this ball of origin energy, they would be able to absorb it into their bodies. At that time, they would be free to choose whether to stay and fight or leave quickly. In the end, it was just about obtaining the origin energy first. Everything else was easy to deal with. Both sides attacked very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the golden light and the black light had intertwined and collided over 1,000 times. It was extremely shocking. Chapter 21:15. The golden and black lights collided again and again, causing intense sparks to fly in all directions. The terrifying sound waves were sharp, tearing the sky apart and spreading in all directions. Both the divine sun wings and Ao Qian were peerless geniuses of their respective races. Their talents were astonishing, and they were evenly matched. Once they made a move, they immediately unleashed their true flames, vowing to suppress the other party. If they could kill the other party, that would be even better. They would seize the source energy and kill the other party. At the very least, they would suppress the other party. That way, the benefits wouldn't be any worse than obtaining a ball of source energy. After all, the other party was also a peerless genius. Suppressing or even killing a peerless genius at the same level as them would be a formless tempering of their confidence and aura. It had indescribable benefits. Why were those true geniuses unwilling to fight with ordinary cultivators? Even if they fought, they would directly kill the other party if there was an enemy. That was because true geniuses were like lofty true dragons, while ordinary cultivators were like loaches. True dragons wouldn't even look at loaches. Loaches that provoked true dragons were courting death. A single glare was enough to scare loaches to death. True dragons could only temper themselves by fighting against true dragons and true phoenixes. To put it bluntly, it was a sense of accomplishment. A sense of accomplishment was extremely important. It would affect a cultivator's spirit, causing it to sublimate. Scholars needed a sense of accomplishment to obtain scholarly honors. Merchants needed a sense of accomplishment to obtain profits. A sense of accomplishment was formless, but it existed in this universe. It was everywhere, subtly influencing a person's heart. The divine sun wings and Ao Qian fought fiercely while keeping an eye on the source energy. As long as there was the slightest chance, they would make a move and seize it. The two's battle caused the world's yuan qi to fluctuate violently. It spread out in all directions like waves, covering tens of thousands of meters in radius. At this time, another figure appeared. It was a small giant over 2 meters tall. He was extremely sturdy, and his skin flickered with a layer of metallic luster. He was filled with astonishing power. The Vajra race's peerless genius, Tayakado. The Vajra race didn't have surnames. Their names were also rather unique. As soon as Tayakado arrived, he also noticed the fluctuations of the source energy. His eyes lit up. Then he saw the divine sun wings and Ao Qian fighting. He could tell with a single glance that the divine sun wings and devil race were both extremely powerful, peerless geniuses. They couldn't be underestimated. The divine race's peerless genius. The devil race's peerless genius. Tayakada smiled. That smile contained a kind of dominance, an unparalleled confidence, and a soaring battle intent. All geniuses had their confidence, especially peerless geniuses and peerless geniuses. Their confidence was indescribable. Part of the source of this confidence came from being praised by others. Because of their extraordinary talent, many people would naturally think that they were extremely outstanding, and their future achievements would be extraordinary. As time passed, they would develop a kind of confidence. However, this kind of confidence was external. It was like rootless duckweed that would dissipate with the slightest impact. True confidence was something that was cultivated by oneself. It relied on constantly cultivating, constantly improving oneself, and defeating powerful opponents time and time again. Those publicly acknowledged geniuses would accumulate time and time again, and through the transformation of one's own confidence and external confidence, it would become a kind of bearing, a kind of belief that was deeply rooted in one's heart and soul. Absolute confidence, firm belief. Even if defeated, it wouldn't be easily shaken. Not only will I obtain the source energy, but I will also defeat the two of them, Tai Akadu said to himself. However, he wouldn't underestimate them in the slightest. His hands suddenly clenched into fists. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of air exploding from his palms. Two tyrannical forces flowed through his arms like two flood dragons swimming in his body. The muscles on his arms swelled and his veins protruded. His entire body undulated along with the two flood dragons' tyrannical forces. Vaguely, this peerless genius of the Vajra race seemed to have swelled up again. But he didn't look bloated at all, because every muscle on his body was very tight, as if metal had been hammered thousands of times. Tai Akadu had already raised all his strength and circulated it throughout his body, filling his limbs and bones. He was ready to erupt with his most tyrannical power at any time. However, this wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to defeat the peerless geniuses of the divine race and the devil race. Vajra descends. With a low roar, it was as if a vast voice had descended from the heavens. Rays of light shot out, and the metallic luster on Tai Akadu's skin became even more obvious. It was as if a layer of gold leaf had been plated, shining with golden light. All of this was noticed by the divine sunwings and Ao Chi Jingjue. However, they were still in the midst of an intense battle, so they only paid a little attention. After using Vajra descends, Tai Akadu's strength reached an astonishing peak. He suddenly punched out with both fists. The fist energy was like the roar of an evil dragon, shattering the sky. In an instant, it crossed thousands of meters and blasted towards the divine sunwings and Ao Chi Jingjue. Immediately after, the two fists collided, creating a loud sound that shook heaven and earth. Tai Akadu's body turned into a ray of golden light, and like a falling meteor, he followed the two dragon fists. The target of the fists was the divine sunwings and Ao Chi Jingjue, while Tai Akadu's target was the source energy. Let's get it first. The power of the two fists was unparalleled. The divine sunwings and Ao Chi Jingjue didn't dare to underestimate them. As they dodged, they unsheathed their swords and sabers. Golden rays of light and black lightning tore through the air, attacking Tai Akadu. What was originally a battle between two people suddenly became a three-way battle. The divine sunwings couldn't join forces with Ao Chi Jingjue to kill Tai Akadu first. First, they were enemies. Second, they were peerless geniuses. They had pride in their hearts and unshakable faith in themselves. They would rather fight one against two than join forces with the enemy to kill one first. That would indirectly destroy their accumulated faith. When two sides fought, they would only consider the other side. However, a three-man battle was different. One person would have to deal with the attacks of two others at the same time. Every one of them was like this. The god race and the demon race were second-order life forms. They were of a higher level and stronger. As a third-order life form, the Vajra race was innately inferior to the god race and the demon race. However, Tai Akadu was a peerless genius of the Vajra race. He was far more outstanding and stronger than the average Vajra race member. That was why he could fight evenly with the divine sunwings and Ao Chi Jingjue. The god race's sword techniques The demon race's saber techniques and the Vajra race's battle techniques clashed again and again. In a battle between peerless geniuses, unless there was a clear difference in strength, it would be difficult to determine the victor quickly. After another period of time, the peerless genius of the Bin race, Dao Long, also arrived. The Bin race had surnames. However, their surnames were mainly based on weapons. For example, their surnames were saber, sword, spear, and so on. Generally speaking, one would know what weapons they were proficient in just by hearing their surnames. It was true that the Bin race members could transform into weapons, but there were also limitations. Most of them could only transform into one weapon. However, all peerless geniuses must have refined and absorbed the origin energy. Thus, they were very familiar with the aura of the origin energy. Dao Long sensed the aura of the origin energy as soon as he arrived. He also saw the intense battle between the three sides. After thinking for a moment, Dao Long's arms turned into sabers. With a flash of saber light, he charged into the battlefield at an astonishing speed and went straight for the origin energy. The origin energy was his primary target. With Dao Long's arrival and participation, the battle between the three sides became a four-sided battle. Tai Achadu had no intention of joining forces with Dao Long also had no intention of joining forces. Their beliefs had been nurtured, and they had an unseen sense of supremacy. What was more, even if they joined forces, would they give up the origin energy to the enemy? That was absolutely impossible. Dao Long did not succeed and was also caught in a fierce battle. This made the battle even more complicated and unpredictable. Almost everyone could face the attacks of three powerful enemies at the same time. One of Dao Long's arms turned into a saber, while the other turned into a sledgehammer. The saber chopped, and the sledgehammer bombarded. They were used in different ways, but their power was extremely powerful. They directly displayed Dao Long's superb martial arts attainment and fighting talent. His body was like a stream of light as he flew forward. There's a battle ahead. Chu Mu, who was flying at high speed, sensed traces of aura fluctuations coming from afar, which alerted him. Adjusting his direction slightly, Chu Mu quickly flew in the direction of the aura fluctuations. After a while, Chu Mu was shocked to see an extremely intense battle. There were a total of 4 people fighting. No one joined forces and fought individually. These 4 people were from the God clan, the Demon clan, the Vajra clan, and the Soldier clan. Chu Mu did not recognize them, but after observing, he discovered that these people were all prodigies. These people's cultivations were all at the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm, and the strength they displayed was completely at the peak of the great Holy Master level. Looks like they should be their respective prodigies. Chu Mu thought, if my cultivation also reaches the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm, my strength can also reach the peak of the great Holy Master level. I won't be inferior to them. Soon after, Chu Mu also discovered that ball of origin energy. His eyes suddenly lit up and his mind became active. These 4 people were all prodigies of their respective races, making Chu Mu have the urge to fight to his heart's content. However, the current situation was a chaotic battle between the 4 of them. Each of them was extremely powerful, not inferior to Chu Mu at all. They might even be stronger than him. After all, their cultivations were above Chu Mu's. However, if I can obtain that ball of origin energy and raise my cultivation to the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm. Chu Mu's eyes became brighter and brighter. Chapter 21:16. Let's refine the origin energy first. From afar, Chu Mu locked onto the ball of origin energy through the chaotic battle. His eyes flickered with light. It was not surprising for him to have such thoughts. The difficulty lay in how he could break through the chaotic battle between the 4 of them and take the origin energy away. The 4 of them were all supreme prodigies. They had yet to use their slaughter talismans, but the strength they displayed was no weaker than Chu Mu's current strength. They might even be slightly stronger. Once Chu Mu tried to take the origin energy, it was extremely likely that he would be attacked by the four of them in an instant. Thinking about it, the attacks of four peerless geniuses who were slightly stronger than him, how terrifying would that be? Just imagining that kind of situation made him shudder. However, the origin energy was right in front of him. There was no reason for him to let it go. His mind spun rapidly as he observed the battle between the four of them. The style and habits of their attacks, the power of their attacks, the trajectory of their attacks, and so on were all traceable as long as he paid close attention. As he observed, Chu Mu simulated how he would deal with them if he were to join the chaotic battle. How would he take the origin energy from their attacks? He simulated again and again in his mental world and failed time and time again. However, Chu Mu did not plan on giving up. He continued to simulate based on the situation of the battle. This was without a doubt an extremely difficult matter because the chaotic battle between the four of them was constantly changing. It was impossible for Chu Mu to capture just one part of the battle. He had to analyze the habits and trajectories of their attacks as a reference. Then he had to simulate based on the changes in the battle from moment to moment. Chu Mu was relatively far away, coupled with the fact that the battle was extremely intense and dangerous. Even the slightest distraction could result in him being struck. As a result, the four of them did not discover him. They had no idea that someone was slowly calculating how to take the origin energy from right under their noses. 15 minutes passed, and the battle continued. 30 minutes passed, and the battle continued. No one was able to suppress the other, and no one was able to take the origin energy from the other. As for splitting the origin energy equally, that was impossible. Every single one of them wanted to keep it to themselves. After half an hour, Chu Mu had also simulated for half an hour, but he still couldn't find a breakthrough. Looks like I can only improvise. Chu Mu thought to himself and simply gave up on deducing. After an hour of fierce battle, he had a basic understanding of the four peerless geniuses' moves. But after such a long time, if he continued to wait, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen. He could only take the risk. Even if he failed, Chu Mu was confident that he could escape. After making up his mind, Chu Mu restrained all of his aura and went down, looking for an opportunity to slowly approach from below. In order to hide better, he didn't use the slaughter symbols. When he was close enough, Chu Mu exploded with speed. Worlds end near at hand second realm. This movement technique involved the mysteries of space. Chu Mu had already mastered it. Once he used it, he seemed to teleport and instantly appeared beside the ball of origin energy. His left hand reached out and grabbed towards the ball of origin energy. The four people in the fierce battle didn't notice Chu Mu at first, but as soon as Chu Mu appeared, they immediately locked onto him. As if they had a tacit understanding, they released powerful attacks at Chu Mu. Being locked on by the four peerless geniuses, Chu Mu felt his scalp tingle. This was a natural reaction of the body, but all of this was within Chu Mu's expectations. He was not afraid and pulled out the Li Perishing sword. Dark blue world of the Tao seeking swordsmanship. The dark blue world of more than 100 meters in size instantly descended, and a powerful suppressive force pressed down. Lesser void of the Tao seeking swordsmanship. This slash also touched upon the mysteries of the void. With this slash, it immediately absorbed the four attacks that had been slowed down by the deep blue world, allowing Chu Mu to temporarily alleviate the crisis. He directly grabbed the ball of origin energy and instantly absorbed it into his body. He was scheming against an unsuspecting person. Moreover, Chu Mu had succeeded with such a strange method. The result was the fury of the four peerless geniuses. They had been engaged in a high-intensity battle for this ball of source energy for nearly 2 hours, but they had been unable to suppress others from seizing the opportunity to seize this ball of source energy. They had never expected that a human would suddenly appear and seize this ball of source energy right under their noses while they were under attack. For a moment, the four peerless geniuses from different races seemed to have a tacit understanding. Terrifying killing intent surged like a tide, and it seemed like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. All of them bombarded Chu-Mu. They swore not to give up until they killed this human. In a one-on-one battle, Chu-Mu didn't have any confidence to fight back, let alone when the four of them were attacking him together. The second stage of the world's end near at hand body was displayed again. In an instant, he escaped from the siege of the four and appeared 10,000 meters away. Chu-Mu's speed was fast, but the four peerless geniuses weren't slow either. Golden divine light, black thunderbolts, stunning saber light, and domineering meteors. They surged through the vacuum and arrived in an instant. Their speed was no slower than Chu-Mu's second stage of the world's end near at hand body. Not only did they want to take back the origin energy, but they also wanted to kill this human who dared to snatch it from under their watch. The four of them also recognized Chu-Mu. He was the peerless genius of the human race, Chu Wangting. Being chased by four peerless geniuses who were stronger than him, Chu-Mu couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. His battle intent continued to rise and his blood boiled. He wanted to stop and have a great battle with them. Even if he wasn't a match for them, it could serve as a form of training for him and help him improve. However, he suppressed this impulse because he knew very well that he was being chased by four peerless geniuses. Any one of them was an extremely strong threat to him. Moreover, he had an extra ball of origin energy. If he stopped and fought with them, he would end up in a terrible state. He might even be killed on the spot. Chu-Mu wasn't afraid of death. However, this kind of death was undoubtedly a form of humiliation. Seems like this is the only way. Chu-Mu thought to himself. A pained look flashed across his eyes. With a swing of his left hand, a ball of origin energy shot out instantly. Then, under Chu-Mu's strength, that ball of origin energy suddenly vibrated and exploded. The four peerless geniuses were very familiar with the aura of origin energy. When they saw the peerless genius of the human race throw out a ball of origin energy, they knew that it was the ball of origin energy that had been snatched from them previously. Seeing that the ball of origin energy had exploded, the four of them hurriedly took action and quickly collected the exploded ball of origin energy. This gave Chu-Mu a chance to escape. That damned human! How dare he take away half of the origin energy? Tai Akido, the peerless genius of the Vajra race, was enraged. Although the human race and the Vajra race were allied races, the feeling of being left in the dust made him furious. That's right. In order to escape at the last moment, Chu-Mu had no choice but to split out half of his origin energy. Of course, Chu-Mu could have split out a smaller amount of origin energy. However, it would be easy for him to be discovered and continue to be hunted down. Therefore, for safety's sake, he split out half of his origin energy and expanded it. In an instant, it looked no different from the original origin energy. Furthermore, Chu-Mu controlled that ball of origin energy and caused it to explode, attracting the attention of the four peerless geniuses. Why were they fighting so intensely? Wasn't it all for the sake of obtaining that ball of origin energy? When Chu-Mu threw out the origin energy, he slightly tampered with it, making them mistakenly think that it was all of it. Before they could sense it carefully, it exploded. They all rushed to snatch it. After snatching it, they looked at the origin energy that others had obtained and combined it with their own origin energy. They knew that it wasn't all of it, but half. At most half. This feeling of being played was simply infuriating. They were peerless geniuses. When had they ever been played like this? Chu Wangting, I will definitely kill you. Shinsun Tianyi said angrily. His killing intent was earth-shattering. At the same time, they were also puzzled. How did the other party split the origin energy? One had to know that even if they obtained a ball of origin energy, they couldn't split it. It was because of this that they didn't suspect anything. However, they didn't pursue this point. After all, the other party was a peerless genius of the human race. He was no small matter. It wasn't surprising that he had some methods that others didn't know. The four peerless geniuses had a strong killing intent towards Chumu. They looked at each other again and didn't have any plans to continue fighting. After the origin energy was shattered, each of them had obtained a little. If they continued to fight, it would be difficult to defeat the other party, let alone kill him. If they couldn't kill him, they wouldn't be able to obtain the other party's origin energy. Moreover, the previous battle made them understand that their strength was about the same. Even if they fought for another day, it would be difficult to determine a victor. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue fighting. It was better to leave this place and kill other enemy races to obtain battle merits. They could also find more treasures. If they could obtain more origin energy, it would be of great benefit to them. As if they had a tacit understanding, the 4 peerless geniuses of the 4 races left one after another, each in a different direction. After escaping the pursuit of the 4 peerless geniuses, Chumu also let out a sigh of relief. However, splitting half of the origin energy still made his heart ache. But there was no other way. Unless he wanted the 4 peerless geniuses to continue chasing him, he had to make a choice. Taking a step back, the 4 of them had fought to the death, but in the end they had only divided half of the origin energy equally. However, he had only taken a risk and obtained half of the origin energy. His harvest was much greater than theirs. At this moment, the 4 peerless geniuses were probably furious and hated him to death. They wanted nothing more than to skin him and pull out his tendons. Let's refine this origin energy first and try to raise my cultivation to the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm to increase my strength, Chumu thought to himself. Chapter 2118. The refinement and absorption of origin energy required a relatively safe environment that would not be disturbed. Chumu directly occupied a cavern of the slaughtering beasts. After setting up layers of seals, he began to concentrate on refining the half-ball of origin energy. Chumu was confident that his cultivation could reach the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm after refining and absorbing the half-ball of origin energy. His strength would increase significantly once again. The strength of the half-ball of origin energy was clearly different from the aura of the origin energy that he had refined earlier. This meant that the difference in strength between its owner was extremely obvious as well, but in terms of quantity, the difference was many times greater. Chumu mobilized all the origin energy of the swordway that he could freely use and focused on refining the half-ball of ownerless origin energy. He only encountered slight resistance, and the refinement process was extremely smooth. Before long, Chumu grasped another 1/1,000,000th of the origin energy of the swordway. His cultivation increased a little from his original foundation, reaching the true limit of the 2nd refinement of the exceptional realm. If I refine another 1/1,000,000th, I'll be able to break through the limit and reach the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm, Chumu thought. However, he was completely calm inside. Breakthroughs of such a large level were usually even more difficult. The energy required would also be greater. As he continued to refine and accumulate, finally he felt like the world had suddenly become even more vast. Chumu knew that his cultivation had successfully broken through the initial stage of the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm. Unlike other cultivators, Chumu's cultivation had surpassed the great emperor level and reached the level of a minor ruler. This meant that, in theory, below the minor ruler level, Chumu's cultivation would increase much more easily than other cultivators. As his cultivation increased, a large portion of the half-ball of origin energy was consumed. There was still a small portion that could be refined and absorbed, increasing the speed of refinement further. After completely refining it, the sword Tao origin power Chumu grasped exceeded 3/100, 000th, which was 30/100, 000th, reaching 32/100, 000th. This was the level of the 3rd refinement middle stage of the exceptional realm. As soon as he used the origin of Way of the Sword, great power filled every part of his body. Great true force flowed like a surging river. Chu Mu smashed through the seals and shot out of the cave. He flew into the sky. At this moment, he was completely confident that even if he encountered another Supreme Saint Venerable, he would not be in such a sorry state. Riding his sword in the sky, Chu Mu went deeper into the battlefield. Facing him was a group of deities. There were little holy venerates and great holy venerates. This group of deities also noticed Chu Mu. Human race. It's the peerless genius of the human race, Chu Wangting. Immediately, these deities became excited and worked up. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, they trembled and their blood boiled. Their speed suddenly increased as they charged towards Chu Mu. Their eyes shone with joy, like wolves that had discovered a fat lamb. Just nice. I can use you to test my current strength, Chu Mu thought. He was not afraid at all. As the deities charged, they all used their best sword techniques. They turned into blazing flames that shot into the sky, turned into violent lightning that tore through the world, and turned into chilling ice that froze the sky. The fifth layer of the sky-shattering cloud sword technique. The domineering sword light shattered the clouds within 5,000 meters and descended. It was like the sky had collapsed, but it was also like countless clouds had accumulated. The expressions of the deities changed drastically. The pressure from this sword made it difficult for them to breathe. They all knew that this peerless genius of the human race was much stronger than them. However, it was already too late for them to escape. They could only use their sword techniques to counterattack, activating the power of their divine armors to block the terrifying sword light that fell like the sky collapsing. When Chu Mu was still at the second refinement of the exceptional realm, he already had the strength to kill great holy venerates. Now that he had broken through to the middle tier of the exceptional realm's third refinement, he was theoretically equal to a great holy venerate. However, with his other techniques, he would not feel any pressure, even if he fought against an ordinary supreme sacred venerate. This was a powerful sword technique that Chu Mu had used. With his cultivation at the middle tier of the exceptional realm's third refinement, this sword technique's power had reached a shocking level. As the sword slashed down, a terrifying aura that could shatter the clouds descended. Everyone panicked. The sword light shattered under the sky, shattering cloud sword light. The divine armors on the deities also creaked as if they could not bear the burden. It seemed like they would shatter at any moment. Chu Mu's figure flashed, and he directly charged into the sword light. He was as nimble as a fish. The perishing sword was like an aurora that pierced through everything. When the sword light disappeared, the deities' holy venerates were all dead. As a second-tier life form, the deities were intrinsically stronger than the human race. The deities were usually stronger than the human race with the same cultivation. However, even the deities' great holy venerates could not block two of Chu Mu's sword attacks. There was a clear difference between their current strength and before. The peerless genius of the deities' race, the peerless genius of the demon's race. Chu Mu muttered to himself. He believed that he was not inferior to the peerless geniuses of the four races from before, even though they had also obtained some source energy. Chu Mu was now eager to fight against a peerless genius of the enemy race. Just thinking about it made him excited. He was filled with anticipation. However, there were very few peerless geniuses, and the battlefield was not small. It would not be so easy to meet one. Tyrant Saber descends. An astonishing voice rumbled like thunder, rumbling and shaking the world. When Chu Mu heard this voice, he felt a little familiar. It's the Tyrant Saber King. Chu Mu muttered to himself, and then flew towards the source of the voice. Not long after, Chu Mu saw two figures. One of them was the Tyrant Sword King. His overbearing sword light descended from the sky like a gigantic sword. It carried with it the shocking aura of a falling meteor. It shattered the sky and blasted towards the demon clan below. Yes, the Tyrant Saber King's opponent was from the demon race. It was a demonic beast race. The aura of a half-step great sovereign spread out in all directions. The two of them had both used slaughter runes to increase their strength. Facing the tyrannical saber light of the tyrant Saber King, the demonic beast race's half-step great sovereign was not afraid at all. He roared ferociously and raised his arms. A tyrannical energy fluctuation surged out. The armor on the half-step great sovereign's arms burned with black, demonic flames. The demonic flames soared into the sky like a cannonball and blasted towards the tyrannical saber light. Immediately after, the demonic beast race's half-step great sovereign also soared into the sky. He stretched out his arms, and his body suddenly rotated. He used his body as a weapon, turning into a huge awl. As he rotated at high speed, he looked like an evil demonic dragon rushing out of the demonic abyss, shattering the sky. The saber light and the demonic flames collided, and the terrifying demonic dragon rushed towards the tyrant Saber King in the sky. Tyrant Saber triple slash. The tyrant Saber King roared again. As he roared, his aura became more condensed. The tyrant saber in his hand flickered with cold light. After 3 consecutive slashes, it instantly slashed down. The tyrant saber transformed into 3 huge sabers. Each saber was 100 meters long. They slashed down from the sky as if they were going to cut the sky open. The 3 consecutive slashes were terrifyingly powerful and soul-stirring. Even from a distance, Chu Mu could feel the terrifying aura of the 3 slashes. It was extremely tyrannical and destructive. Under the 3 slashes, the demonic beast race's half-step great sovereign's black flame demonic dragon was smashed to pieces. The half-step great sovereign's body was revealed. His sharp claws tore through the sky and enveloped the tyrant Saber King. Chu Mu stared at them without blinking. Whether it was the tyrant Saber King or the demonic beast race, they were both half-step great sovereigns. Their strength was many times stronger than Chu Mu's. If Chu Mu fought against any one of them, he would be easily killed and turned into ashes. However, it was rare to see a battle between half-step great sovereigns. Whether it was in terms of strength or combat skills, they were incomparably rich in combat experience. It would be very useful to watch them carefully. The tyrant Saber King was from the human race, while the demonic beast race was from the demonic race. They were fundamentally different. However, the tyrant Saber King was extremely tyrannical. His tyrant saber was extremely powerful. The power of his tyrant saber was peerless. He fought the demonic beast race's half-step great sovereign to a standstill. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. The battle between the two of them was extremely intense and dangerous. There were no superfluous movements. Every move was fully utilizing their own strength to kill the other party. Such a battle was extremely exciting. Chu Mu was mesmerized by it. However, he did not forget about the movements around him. After a long battle, the demonic beast race's half-step great sovereign used weapon disintegration. The weapon disintegration was a secret technique unique to the demonic race. Great sacred masters could barely use it. Extreme sacred masters could officially use it. Once one reached the half-step great sovereign realm, they could quickly and freely use it. The half-step great sovereign of the demonic beast race shook his arms. The black demonic flame that was originally burning on the armor seemed to have been doused with gasoline. It instantly became vigorous and fiercely burned. A tyrannical and astonishing energy fluctuation spread out from the armor and swept in all directions. Weapon disintegration. A trace of solemnity flashed through the tyrant Saber King's eyes. He knew that the strength of the demonic beast race's expert would increase significantly after using weapon disintegration. The half-step great sovereign of the demonic beast race's strength was not inferior to him. Now that he had used weapon disintegration, his strength had surpassed him. Weapon disintegration was a secret technique. Naturally, the Tyrant Saber King also had a secret technique. Heavenly Saber Arts. The half-step great sovereign of the demonic beast race had used weapon disintegration to increase his strength. The Tyrant Saber King was not willing to fall behind. He immediately used his own secret technique. Suddenly, the sound of a saber resounded through the sky. Chu Mu, who was far away, also felt as if a divine saber was vibrating beside his ear. The sound of the saber resounded incessantly. It was as if there were sabers everywhere. Following the Tyrant Saber King's roar, the wind and clouds surged in the sky above his head. A whirlpool appeared. As it rotated, countless saber sounds rose and fell. A huge divine saber shadow appeared from the center of the whirlpool. It fell like a meteorite. In an instant, it hit the top of the Tyrant Saber King's head. The Tyrant Saber King's body trembled. The divine saber shadow entered his head and entered his body. Chapter 2119. Under the demonic beast sovereign's weapon disintegration. Intense black, demonic flames enveloped his entire body, burning fiercely. It was as if an inextinguishable fire was burning in the void. The heavenly blade, Art's divine blade shadow, entered Tyrant Sword King's body. A terrifying, overbearing aura suddenly rippled out from Tyrant Sword King's body, sweeping in all directions. The sharp blade light tore through the vast sky, and the void around him was cut open like paper under the blade light. In the blink of an eye, the black demonic flames converged, revealing the half-step great emperor of the demonic beast clan. The vambrace that originally only covered his forearm had greatly changed in appearance. It directly covered his entire arm, and a sharp, blade-like blade extended from his shoulder. Countless strange patterns densely covered the vambrace, making it look very strange. There was a layer of faint black flame burning on the surface of the vambrace. A tyrannical and ferocious aura spread out. The vambrace, after the demonic beast sovereign's weapon disintegration, looked strangely gorgeous. Under the heavenly blade arts, Tyrant Sword King's blade, Qi, surrounded his body, constantly cutting through the air, making sharp sounds. Whether it was the half-step great emperor of the demonic beast clan or Tyrant Sword King, both of them had raised their strength to the extreme. The tyrant's sword rose and fell, and the huge blade light became even sharper, slashing out and tearing through the vast sky. The half-step great emperor of the demonic beast clan used his vambrace to resist the blade light. He rushed against the blade light, brutally colliding with Tyrant Sword King. Tyrant Sword King continuously slashed out with his huge blade, slashing out thousands of blade strikes in an instant. His blade slashed on the half-step great emperor of the demonic beast clan's vambrace. Countless sparks flew out with every collision, as if countless stars were surrounding the two of them, dazzling like fireworks on a summer night. An ear-piercing sound spread out in all directions. Even from afar, Chu Mu could hear it clearly. His blood and qi boiled. The name of Tyrant Saber King's saber technique was very straightforward. It was called Tyrant Saber Technique. Every saber attack was extremely powerful and overbearing. The might of each saber attack was extremely tyrannical. The demonic beasts were of the demon race. Their life essence was superior to that of the human race. Moreover, they were born with an incomparably astonishing physique. They had super-strong, self-healing ability. The martial arts of the demon race were mainly fierce. They were very good at close combat. However, Tyrant Sword King was also an expert in close combat. Moreover, he cultivated both qi refinement and body refinement at the same time. His physique was strong, his origin energy was tyrannical, and the power of the laws that he had mastered was also astonishing. In a fierce battle, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Whether it was the Tyrant Saber King or this half-step great emperor of the demonic beast clan, both of them had lived for at least 1,000 years. Thousands of years of cultivation, battles, and countless life and death situations had created their powerful fighting skills. Their simple fighting skills, which only focused on killing the opponent without wasting any extra energy, gave Chumu a lot of inspiration. This was a high-intensity battle. The consumption of energy was astonishing. Even though both of them had rich fighting experience and were very precise in the application of energy, they still could not withstand this kind of intense battle. After a quarter of an hour, both of their auras had slightly decreased. Fight, fight, fight! Time after time, they clashed again and again. The half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan continued to use weapon disintegration for a longer time. After another quarter of an hour, the saber chi around Tyrant Sword King's body began to become unstable. The half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan also began to sway. This meant that the secret technique they were using was about to end. The secret techniques could no longer be maintained and stopped. The half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan's armor returned to its original state. The saber chi around Tyrant Sword King's body also returned to normal. After that, both of their auras began to plummet. However, the battle still continued. Chumu could not see who would defeat or even kill the other in the end. After all, both of their strengths were almost equal. It was hard to say who would win. However, if I join in, the scales of victory will tilt. Chumu thought to himself. His eyes flashed. After the secret technique ended, the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan's aura had obviously decreased. His strength was not even half of his peak. If he continued to fight with Tyrant Sword King, he would only consume more of his strength. Of course, even if the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan's strength had decreased even more, Chumu might not be his opponent. Unless his opponent was seriously injured and did not have much fighting strength left, a half-step Great Emperor could not be underestimated. However, Chumu did not want to kill his opponent. Tyrant Sword King and the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan were currently in a balance. If Chumu suddenly joined in, he might be able to break the balance and tilt the advantage to Tyrant Sword King. If Tyrant Sword King could seize the opportunity, he might be able to kill the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan. At the very least, he could severely injure him. However, this was not without risk. After all, the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan was far stronger than an extreme sacred master. Even if his strength had decreased, he was still a terrifying threat. Chumu had already decided to join in. Now he was looking for the best time to strike. He was going through simulations again and again to figure out how to achieve the best result. He was also thinking about how to quickly retreat and protect himself after attacking. Another quarter of an hour passed. The aura of Tyrant Sword King and the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan had weakened even further. They had already fallen to the level of an extreme sacred master. Chumu had been staring at them. He had completely concealed his aura and was slowly approaching them. Moreover, he began to communicate with Tyrant Sword King through sound transmission. "Senior, I am Chu Wangting. Don't be surprised," Chumu said quickly. Tyrant Sword King was startled when he heard the voice transmission. However, his reaction was not slow at all. He did not allow his opponent to seize the opportunity. Chumu continued, "I am now slowly approaching. I will look for a good opportunity to strike and disrupt the rhythm of the demonic beast clan. Senior, seize the opportunity and try to kill him in one fell swoop." In order to avoid alerting the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan, Tyrant Sword King did not make any abnormal movements. However, his attacks became increasingly fierce. He directly gathered his remaining strength and slashed out with his saber. The overwhelming saber light drowned the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan. Every saber light was dazzling and was mixed with a violent saber cry. It obviously interfered with the vision and hearing of the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan. This created an opportunity for Chumu to approach. Chumu immediately understood Tyrant Sword King's plan. He increased his speed and approached. When he was close enough, he immediately performed the Tao-seeking sword technique, Heaven and Earth line, and White Horse sword technique. White Horse fleets the rift. The extremely fast sword light instantly pierced through the void and shot towards the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan. Under the cultivation of the intermediate third refinement of the exceptional realm and the eruption of 32 parts per million sword Tao origin energy, the speed of Chu Mu's sword light was much faster than before. Almost at the same time, the sword light pierced through the gaps between the saber lights and stabbed towards the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan's forehead. The half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan had an astonishingly strong physique and powerful defense. However, he was not completely confident that he could withstand Chu Mu's sword. His battle instincts that had been honed through countless battles quickly reacted. The beast devil species half-step emperor raised an arm and used its armor to block the sword. At the same time, Chu Mu raised his sword high up and gripped it tightly with both hands before slashing down again. Tao-seeking sword technique, I am the master. An even more powerful sword light instantly slashed down. Its speed was extremely fast and ferocious. Moreover, it connected perfectly with the first sword. The half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan raised his other arm to block the attack. The sword light was shattered and his body sank down. Domineering saber space, splitting slash. Chu Mu's two sword strikes directly disrupted the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan's rhythm and created an opportunity for Tyrant Sword King. Tyrant Sword King seized the opportunity to accumulate power and perform a killing move that he had not performed before. Domineering saber space, splitting slash. This was one of the strongest skills of the Tyrant Blade Saber skill. Every time it was used, it needed some time to accumulate power and momentum. Only then could the power of this skill be raised to the extreme and be fully displayed. Otherwise, it would be no different from an ordinary skill. Chu Mu's attack just so happened to give Tyrant Sword King a bit of time. The domineering saber was full of brilliance, and an incomparably tyrannical aura spread in all directions. The half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan felt a chill invading his body. Slash! After accumulating power, the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan instantly slashed forward with his most tyrannical saber. This saber slashed through the void and displayed an incomparably terrifying power. Kill! This was a move filled with killing intent. It was also an extremely tyrannical move. It was a killing move that had both momentum and destructive power. The demonic beast clan's half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan could only defend against the slash. He crossed his arms and forcibly resisted the terrifying saber light. The armor on his arm creaked as if it couldn't bear the heavy burden. Under the splashing of fragments, the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan retreated continuously. The tyrannical power penetrated through the armor and cut into his body, causing destruction. After the slash, Tyrant Sword King's momentum was slightly weakened. It was difficult to perform such a killing move again in a short period of time. However, this was a good opportunity that could not be missed. He forcibly raised his strength. Domineering saber chaotic slash. Suddenly, Tyrant Sword King's figure flashed as he merged with his saber and charged towards the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan. The domineering saber unleashed a tornado-like attack. The saber aura was endless as it slashed through the void and broke the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan's defense, leaving wounds on his body. The domineering saber space splitting slash was a killing move that could kill in one blow. However, the domineering saber chaotic slash was a killing move. Terrifying saber chi seeped into the wounds, worsening the lacerations. The intense pain caused the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan to tremble. Realizing that there was no turning back, the half-step Great Emperor of the demonic beast clan made a prompt decision. He instantly unleashed his remaining strength and retreated rapidly, intending to escape. However, Tyrant Sword King was prepared and immediately chased after him. However, Chu Mu had unknowingly appeared in front of him and slashed down with his sword. Tao-seeking sword art, deep blue world. Heaven-shattering cloud sword art, 5th level. The power of an extreme sacred sovereign's sword was displayed. Chapter 2120. The half-step great emperor expert of the demonic beast race was drenched in blood and his aura became very weak. Tyrant Saber King seized the opportunity and attacked with his saber. He didn't give his opponent the slightest chance to escape. He vowed to kill his opponent. However, the demonic beast clan's half-step great emperor was a very powerful expert. Even if he was in a life and death situation, he still relied on his superb battle awareness and skills to protect his vital parts. Moreover, he was looking for an opportunity while withstanding the attacks. Chu Mu watched from afar and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This kind of half-step great emperor was really tyrannical. Unless there was an obvious gap in strength, it would be very difficult to kill a half-step great emperor with just a few advantages. Tyrant Sword King's blade fell, and an arm of the half-step great emperor of the demonic beast race was sent flying. At the cost of losing an arm, Tyrant Sword King quickly retreated. The bloody light gushed out from the severed arm and wrapped around his body. He turned into a ray of bloody light that streaked across the sky like a meteor and flew away. Tyrant Saber King cut off the half-step great sovereign's arm with a saber. Saber light swept out and turned the arm into powder. Then he slashed down with his saber again, piercing through the air at an astonishing speed towards the fleeing Shuiguang, directly hitting him. This slash caused another injury to the half-step great emperor of the demonic beast race, but unfortunately it couldn't kill him. However, the half-step great emperor's strength wasn't inferior to Tyrant Sword King's. If the battle continued, he might be able to slowly suppress Tyrant Sword King with his innate talent. Although it was impossible to kill Tyrant Sword King, he might be able to injure him. Chu Mu's appearance suddenly disrupted the half-step great emperor of the demonic beast race's rhythm and broke the balance. Tyrant Sword King seized the opportunity and launched a series of fierce attacks. Although he was severely injured, he still managed to escape in the end. Many thanks, little friend. Tyrant Sword King felt a little regretful, but there was nothing he could do about it. He smiled. I just happened to be there. Chu Mu smiled. Tyrant Sword King was very clear that if Chu Mu had not made a move, he would probably still be fighting a bitter battle right now, and he would not even know what would happen in the end. However, he did not emphasize it again. Some things were better said once. If he continued to say it, it would become pretentious. When the Tyrant Sword King discovered that Chu Mu's cultivation had reached the 3rd refinement of the exceptional stage, a glint flashed across his eyes as he exclaimed in surprise, Your cultivation base has risen very quickly. There are some opportunities here. Chu Mu said. He did not specify what kind of opportunity it was, and Tyrant Sword King did not ask either. After that, Chu Mu stood guard for Tyrant Sword King, while Tyrant Sword King focused on recovering the energy he had expended and healing the wounds he had sustained during the battle. As Chu Mu guarded Tyrant Sword King, he also recalled the fierce battle between the Tyrant Sword King and the demonic beast clan's half-step great emperor. He tried his best to absorb what was useful to him and integrate it into his swordsmanship to further improve his swordsmanship and his grasp of timing. When one's realm reached a certain height, there was nowhere one couldn't cultivate. After a period of time, Tyrant Sword King's injuries were fully healed and his energy was fully recovered. As for Chu Mu, he had also gained something from the battle. Little friend, why don't we move together? Tyrant Sword King said, Thank you for your kindness, Senior. However, the difference in strength between you and me is too big. I don't want to drag you down. Chu Mu smiled. Then you have to be careful. Tyrant Sword King smiled. His figure turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared in front of Chu Mu in the blink of an eye. Chu Mu retracted his gaze and chose another direction to move forward. Divine Moon descends. A cold and serene voice rang out. It was as if the cold moon was hanging high in the sky, scattering a cold brilliance, like autumn water. A full moon hung high in the sky. Within the full moon there seemed to be a cold figure, like a fairy from the moon. For a moment it attracted everyone's attention. That indescribable beauty made them lose their minds. The divine moon sword technique of the divine clan displayed an indescribable beauty under the sword of the divine moon royal clan's prodigy. It contained a spiritual fluctuation that was like a gentle breeze. It was invisible, colorless, and had no substance. It imperceptibly affected the mind and spirit of others, like boiling a frog in warm water. If one's mind and spirit were not strong enough, they would be affected in an instant and be unable to concentrate. In a battle between experts, a moment of distraction was enough to determine life and death. Under the serene full moon, beams of moonlight shot down like swords, instantly piercing through several human Saint Venerables below. They were killed instantly. The full moon disappeared as if it was hidden in the sky. The fairy-like figure also descended. She wore an exquisite silver-gilded armor with exquisite lace. It was extremely beautiful, perfectly accentuating the figure of the divine moon royal clan's prodigy. The moonlight between her eyebrows and her cold eyes, although more than half of her face was covered, still had a soul-stirring beauty. Divine Moon Liusu. This was a prodigy who was second only to the divine sun, heavenly wings in terms of killing in the world god city. Exceptional third, refinement cultivation, prodigy level talent, and a second-rank life form. It allowed her to have the strength of a supreme, sacred master. With one sword technique, she killed several human Saint Venerables. Divine Moon Liusu's eyes did not change at all. There was only a kind of indifference, an indifference that came from the depths of her soul. It was as if humans were just ants in her eyes, like pigs and dogs. Chu Wangting of the human clan, where are you? Divine Moon Liusu said quietly as she sheathed her sword. The moonlight was instantly retracted. It could be said that, in this battle, the people she wanted to kill the most were the prodigies of the various races. This way, it would be a great training for herself and could also eliminate a strong enemy of her race in the future. Currently, in the world god city, the divine Sun Heavenly Wings was recognized as the #1 prodigy, while she, Divine Moon Liusu, was considered second only to the divine Sun Heavenly Wings. However, she was not convinced. Although she had not fought with the divine Sun Heavenly Wings before, she did not think that she was inferior to him. This time, she killed the prodigies of the various races to prove herself. If there were 2 prodigies that she wanted to kill the most, one was Ao Qi Jingjue of the Demon Clan, and the other was Chu Wangting of the Human Clan. The Demon Clan had always been recognized as the greatest enemy of the God Clan. They were both second-order life forms and were natural enemies. Therefore, killing the prodigies of the Demon Clan also became the goal of many prodigies of the God Clan. As for Chu Wangting of the Human Clan, this time the human city had a mission to leave their name on the Sword Cliff. The other cities also had similar missions, and there were all situations where records were broken. For example, the Divine Sun Heavenly Wings broke the record and ranked first, and Ao Qi Jingjue also broke the record and ranked first. There were also prodigies of the various races, but the most eye-catching one was undoubtedly the prodigy of the human clan, Chu Wangting. This was because only Chu Wangting had broken the record, surpassing the previous record by 10 feet. However, in the depths of the Demon Clan, it was at most 5 feet. The difference between 10 feet and 5 feet was very obvious. Chu Wangting had undoubtedly become the most eye-catching prodigy, and also a thorn in the side of the God Clan and the Demon Clan. He was listed as a must-kill target. Divine Moon Liusu looked like a fairy of the moon who stood aloof from worldly affairs. But in reality, she was a very ambitious person. She was not willing to submit to others, so she wanted to prove herself. From the moment she entered the battlefield, Divine Moon Liusu had been searching for traces of Chu Wangting. As for the other enemy races, she was just killing them for battle merits. After searching and searching, she finally found him, Chu Wangting of the human clan. In the distance, Divine Moon Liusu saw Chu Mu's figure and recognized him at a glance. Even though she had never seen Chu Mu before, Chu Mu's image had already spread throughout the God City, and most of the God clan knew about him. Her figure flashed, and Divine Moon Liusu transformed into a streak of moonlight sweeping across the sky. She unsheathed her sword, and the sword trembled slightly, as if a beam of moonlight shone out. Divine Moon Liusu's figure moved, and Chu Mu knew. He counterattacked with the Li perishing sword, and the sword light pierced through the air, extremely fast. The sword pierced through the moonlight and mercilessly attacked Divine Moon Liusu. In just one exchange, Chu Mu was surprised by Divine Moon Liusu's beauty, but he did not show mercy because of this, because Divine Moon Liusu was an enemy and also a member of the God clan. If she was an enemy, Chu Mu would not show mercy, because that might push him into the abyss of death. A sword connected heaven and earth and pierced through the air. Divine Moon Liusu's sword light was like a bright moon, and after blocking Chu Mu's attack, the moon wheel rotated and cut through the sky, as if a bright moon was descending, and with astonishing power it attacked Chu Mu. The serene moonlight shone, and invisibly began to affect Chu Mu's mind and spirit. But Chu Mu's mind was incomparably tough, and his spirit was also incomparably tough, so he was not affected at all. The Li perishing sword attacked, and the deep blue world descended. With the cultivation of the third refinement of the exceptional realm, the suppressive power of the deep blue world immediately caused Xinyu Lu Su's expression to change greatly. She raised her sword, and like a bright moon rising into the sky, she resisted the suppressive power of the deep blue world. The edge of the bright moon was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through everything. Tao, seeking sword art, lesser void. The lesser void descended, and the bright moon sword light was sucked into it, as if it had been swallowed, and the lesser void also fell, blasting towards Divine Moon Liusu. Divine Moon Liusu's cold eyes flashed with shock. She waved her sword, and the moonlight shot out in all directions, directly tearing the lesser void apart. Divine Moon in the sky. A low shout rang out. The clear and cold voice was like the sprinkling of moonlight. As the long sword was raised, a full moon hung in the sky. Divine Moon Liusu seemed to be within it, transforming into a moon fairy. Formless, colorless, and immaterial ripples constantly spread out from the full moon, filling the space between heaven and earth. The mental willpower contained within it constantly impacted Chu Mu's mind and mental willpower. Even though Chu Mu's spirit was incomparably tough, he was still slightly shaken, but he was not obviously affected. His eyes shone brightly, and he raised the Li perishing sword. Tao seeking sword art, I am the master. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed out and broke through the sky, carrying a tyrannical power that could destroy the moon and sink the stars. Chapter 21:21. In the heavens and on the earth, only I am supreme. In the world, I am the master. The stunning sword light filled the heavens and the earth, filling up the world. Xinyu Liusu could not hide the shock in her heart. She could not describe such a sword technique. What kind of sword technique was it to be able to display such a strange power? Under the tyrannical power of the middle stage of the third refinement of the exceptional realm, the peerless origin of the way of the sword and the great true power, the power of the Tao seeking sword technique, had reached a terrifying level. The full moon in the sky shone with a dim light, but it could not resist the brilliance of this sword and was overshadowed. The Divine Moon sword technique was a sword technique of the Divine Clan. The Divine Clan had 3 royal clans: the Divine Sun Clan, the Divine Moon Clan, and the Divine Star Clan. They also had 3 sword techniques that were suitable for them. They were the Divine Sun sword technique, the Divine Moon sword technique, and the Divine Star sword technique. The other divine clans could naturally cultivate these 3 sword techniques. However, they did not have the bloodline and talent of the royal clan, so they could not cultivate these 3 sword techniques to the extreme, nor could they unleash their full power. The Divine Moon sword technique was the most suitable sword technique for the Divine Moon clan. There was only one sword technique, but different Divine Moon clan members would have different results. The Divine Moon in the sky was one of Shenyu Liusu's ultimate moves. Under the tyrannical sword light, the Divine Moon in the sky was immediately slashed. Shenyu Liusu dodged in time to avoid being killed by that stunning and tyrannical sword light. Her body spun in the air, overlapping with each other, transforming into countless figures of Shenyu Liusu. Each figure seemed to be real, but also seemed to be illusory. Between reality and illusion, it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Countless Shenyu Liusu held the sword light, bringing about moon-like sword light, streaking across the sky, attacking Chumu. In an instant, the sky seemed to darken as if night had fallen. Only the countless rays of moonlight shone from an unknown place and to an unknown place. Every ray of moonlight was real, and they were all condensed sword light. With amazing destructive power, they drowned Chumu's figure. The instant the bright moon sword light engulfed Chumu's figure, 100-meter wide void seemed to emerge from the depths of space, instantly absorbing the sword light. Chumu's silhouette flickered as he executed the second level of the world's near-at-hand technique, a sword of slaughter. Shocking waves of killing intense surged as he pierced towards one of the illusory figures. That was where Shenyu Liusu's true body was. Shenyu Liusu did not know how Chumu had determined her location, but she quickly dodged, causing Chumu's sword to strike empty air. A crescent moon appeared in front of his eyes, beautiful and poignant as it slashed towards Chumu's throat. The long sword trembled, directly knocking away the opponent's sword. Following the momentum, it pushed forward, and a tyrannical power erupted, directly pushing Shenyu's tassel aside and slashing down. Both sides displayed their own sword techniques to the extreme. Every sword had the power to take lives. Their body techniques and footwork were coordinated to the extreme, without holding back. For a moment, neither side could do anything to the other. Moonlight. With a low shout, Shenyu Liusu activated the power of the slaughter runes. 3 slaughter runes immediately lit up. One was in the shape of a crescent moon, one was in the shape of a half moon, and one was in the shape of a full moon. The power of the 3 slaughter runes resonated with each other, as if they were horns on each other, forming a cycle, as if the moon was rising and the moon was falling. This was a complete set of slaughter runes. A complete set of slaughter runes was extremely rare. The power of the runes could resonate with each other, creating a mutual amplification effect. This caused the amplification brought by the 3 slaughter runes to be even more obvious, exceeding the limit. Moreover, people like the Shanyu royal family were more suited to this kind of moonlight rune. Under the moonlight runes, Shenyu Liusu's aura suddenly surged, and the bright moon between her eyebrows became even more solid. Her aura became even colder. Moonlight step. Taking a step forward, a bright moon condensed under Shenyu Liusu's feet. Step by step, bright moons appeared one after another, covering the surroundings. Chumu found himself in a world full of bright moons. Shenyu Liusu's sword suddenly turned into a beam of moonlight and shot towards Chumu. There was no killing intent, but it made Chumu's hair stand on end. But the moment that sword light was about to hit Chumu, it strangely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Suddenly, another sword light shot out from another bright moon. Its speed became faster and faster, and its density became higher and higher. Layer upon layer, it was as if countless moonlights were attacking Chumu at the same time. There was no way to dodge. A lesser void sword was pierced through by the moonlight, riddled with holes, unable to resist. Chumu's figure moved, dodging the moonlight, or slashing with the Li perishing sword, shattering the moonlight sword light. Shan Yu Lu Su's figure seemed to disappear, hidden in the moonlight sword light. Truth Dao runes. Killing intent fluctuation rune. The power of the two slaughter runes was activated by Chu Mu. An ability to condense the power of the God-given runes was also used by Chu Mu, greatly increasing his own power and increasing his offensive power. At the same time, his control over his power became even more exquisite, causing his power to become extremely concentrated and condensed. The Li perishing sword turned into 100 sword lights. Each of them contained an astonishing amount of power. Each of them contained a frightening, murderous intent. One sword after another, the bright moons were instantly pierced and shattered. The shattered moons slowly disintegrated and dissipated, turning into specks of light like a swarm of fireflies before disappearing into the void. Moons after moons were all shattered under Chu Mu's sword. Shin Yu Lu Su's figure once again appeared, her expression somewhat ugly. This peerless genius of the human clan, Chu Wangding's strength had completely exceeded her imagination. He was almost stronger than her. No matter how unwilling she was to admit it, Shin Yu Lu Su was certain that until now, she had not gained any advantage under her opponent's sword. On the contrary, she was at a disadvantage. No matter what, she had to kill this peerless genius of the human clan. The stronger he appeared, the more she had to kill him. Moon shattering. A quiet voice rang out. At first, it was weak, but then it surged out like a tide, engulfing the entire world. The moon between Shin Yu Lu Su's eyebrows emitted an astonishing light. The light was intense but gentle, not dazzling at all. Then, with a cracking sound, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart, a crack appeared in the moon. It quickly spread out, covering the entire moon before shattering. Shen Yu Lu Su's figure trembled, and the expression in her eyes suddenly changed. An indescribable exhaustion seemed to fill her body and mind. One of the innate secret techniques of the Demon Clan was weapon dismemberment, and the Shun clan also had their own innate secret techniques. As the royal clan of the Shin clan, the Shin Sun, Shin Yu, and Shin Xing all had their own innate secret techniques. The royal clan of the Shin Sun would naturally form a divine sun between their eyebrows, while the royal clan of the Shen Yu would naturally form a divine moon between their eyebrows, and the royal clan of the Shin Xing would naturally form a divine star between their eyebrows. To a certain extent, it was a representation of their bloodline and also a kind of hidden power. Once it was shattered, it would damage their foundation to a certain extent, but it could be exchanged for a temporary increase in power. This kind of damage to the foundation was not permanent, but required a considerable amount of time to recover. Therefore, the members of the 3 royal clans of the Shin clan would not easily use this innate secret technique, and would only use it as a last resort. For example, Shin Xing Tsang Shui had used the fragmentary star secret technique earlier. Now, Shin Yu Lu Su knew that she was no match for Chu Mu, so she decisively used the fragmentary moon secret technique in order to obtain even more power in order to kill the peerless prodigy of the human clan. As long as she could kill this peerless prodigy of the human clan, even if her cultivation was crippled, it would be worth it. This was because the supreme experts of the Shin clan would not sit by and do nothing. They would definitely heal her and even make her even stronger than before. Seeing that she had not only used the moonlight rune, but also the fragmentary moon secret technique, Chu Mu knew that she was going to go all out. The origin power of the Way of the Sword had exceeded the limit. The origin power of the Way of the Sword that Chu Mu could freely use at present was 32 parts per million. Exceeding the limit meant erupting a little more on the basis of 32 parts per million. This kind of eruption would increase Chu Mu's cultivation for a short period of time, and the increase in cultivation would directly affect the increase in strength. However, it would put a considerable burden on Chu Mu's essence, qi, and spirit. The more eruptions that exceeded the limit, the greater the burden. When the burden reached a certain level, it might affect Chu Mu's foundation. This time, Chu Mu's eruption of more than 2 parts per million caused his cultivation to rise from the middle stage of the third refinement of the exceptional realm to the high stage of the third refinement of the exceptional realm. The rise of a small level brought about an increase in Chu Mu's strength. All manifestations of the world. Chanting in his heart, Chu Mu drew his sword. The perishing sword disappeared and changed into countless sword light. Each sword light contained indescribable changes. In Shen Yu Lu Su's view, the opponent's sword light seemed to be only one, but also seemed to be countless. Each one was a change, changing back and forth. The changes were unpredictable and could not be distinguished clearly. It was as if they would kill in any direction. It was difficult to judge. Ever since Chu Mu obtained the myriad sword technique, he had not used it except for the beginning when he killed the 4 Bing clan members. However, not using it did not mean that he did not cultivate it. Thus, Chu Mu's mastery of the myriad sword technique had already exceeded the superficial level. The all manifestations of the world had reached the small success stage. The small success stage of the all manifestations of the world was incomparably profound. Even a heaven's pride like Shen Yu Lu Su could not distinguish the real from the fake. However, the Shen Yu royal clan had a special characteristic, and that was to use their spiritual will to disturb the enemy. At the same time, they could better resist the disturbances of the enemy. Thus, the broken moon between Shen Yu Lu Su's eyebrows flashed, and she escaped from Chu Mu's sword light. Just as she was about to counterattack, another sword light came slashing at her. The familiar sword light was the sword of Ai, the unique and righteous. Retreat again. The sword light became even more intense, and it followed closely behind, constantly forcing Shen Yu Lu Su to retreat, making it difficult for her to display her powerful strength. The Tao-seeking sword technique, one sword and one style, was continuous. Between the changes, Shen Yu Lu Su was at a disadvantage and was in a passive position. Chapter 21-22. Timing. This was very important to any expert. Any expert would be able to grasp the timing better and turn the situation around. Chu Mu had always been good at grasping the timing. As soon as Shen Yu Liu Su retreated, Chu Mu immediately seized the opportunity and attacked fiercely. There was no suitable opportunity to counterattack. Since Chu Mu had seized the opportunity, he would not give the opponent a chance to counterattack. Suppression. Under the situation of using all of his strength, Shen Yu Liu Su was directly suppressed by Chu Mu. Chu Mu had only created 14 moves of the Tao-seeking sword art. He had cultivated from the first move to the 13th, performing one move after another. The power of each move of the Tao-seeking sword art was different. Each move had a different ability. Chu Mu combined them into a series of moves. Rise from humble beginnings, bravery against the current, the killing intent of a sword of slaughter, the roar of the wind and cloud dragon, the suppression of the dark blue world, the devouring of the lesser void space, the dominance of the I and the master. He performed them over and over again. Every time he performed them, Chu Mu's understanding of the Tao-seeking sword art deepened. Although this sword art was created by Chu Mu and combined with his past experiences, the profoundness it contained was limitless. The Tao-seeking sword art was the pursuit of the great Tao. The great Tao was high above, endless, and had countless mysteries. Even the strongest experts would not dare to say that they could completely understand the great Tao, let alone the current Chu Mu. The deeper one's understanding, the more exquisite the sword moves of the Tao-seeking sword art became. The killing intent of the sword of slaughter became more condensed. The white dragon of the wind and cloud dragon grew horns. The dark blue world deepened. The lesser void space was like a miniature version of the greater void space. The same 13 sword moves were used over and over again. But every time they were used, there would be a slight change. Every time they were used, there would be a different arrangement of moves. This made Shen Yu Lu Su very tired, because she simply did not know what the next sword move after the Sword of Slaughter would be. It could be the roar of the wind and cloud dragon, or the suppression of the dark blue world, or the devouring of the lesser void space. Without knowing, it would be difficult to deal with. Furthermore, she could also sense that every time her opponent used his attacks, they would become more and more exquisite, making it more and more difficult for her to deal with them. As time passed, the duration of the Broken Moon's secret technique and the Slaughter rune became shorter and shorter. However, Chu Mu seemed to have entered an indescribable state. In this strange state, his understanding of the sword-seeking sword art increased explosively. Such an opportunity was very rare, because such a situation could only occur under great pressure. Shan Yu Liusu, the heaven's pride of the divine race, could even be called a peerless heaven's pride. She had enough strength to bring pressure to Chu Mu, and also enough strength to persist under Chu Mu's sword. For a moment, Shan Yu Liusu seemed to have become the object of Chu Mu's sword practice. This feeling made her so sad that she almost vomited blood. It was a deep humiliation, since when did she, a dignified heaven's pride of the divine race, become the object of the human race's sword practice? For the incredibly ambitious Shan Yu Liusu, this was undoubtedly a humiliation, a ruthless humiliation. It would not be worse than directly stripping her clothes and throwing her into the demon race for the appreciation of others. Sword after sword, 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 life after life. Suddenly, Chu Mu had an epiphany, a line between heaven and earth. The fastest sword broke through the air. Shadow, a fatal strike hidden in the line between heaven and earth. Dark blue world. The miniature world descended, suppressing. Wind and clouds transform into a dragon. The white azure dragon suddenly swooped out from the dark blue world. With a roar, an astonishing deterrence superimposed with the suppressive power of the dark blue world. Sword of Slaughter. The white azure dragon roared, and from its mouth a sword light spat out. That was a sword light condensed from pure killing intent. The terrifying killing intent rushed out, and together with the roar of the white azure dragon and the suppressive power of the dark blue world, it was further strengthened. King's blood. On the sword light condensed from killing intent, a blood-red color spread out, as if it was the blood of a king. I am the master. The sword of killing intent that was suffused with blood-red light instantly slashed down, becoming the center of the dark blue world. In this world, I am the master and only I am supreme. In an instant, the power of various sword styles, under Chu Mu's comprehension, condensed under his sword and attacked Shan Yu Liusu. The power was indescribable, and Shan Yu Liusu's eyes were filled with shock. The power and effects of the overlapping swords overlapped each other, making it difficult for her to move. She could only watch as the blood-stained sword light slashed down, as if she was being cut in half. Shan Yu, protect me! Shan Yu Liusu's power erupted, and the bright moon shone brightly. She waved her sword and moonlight spread out. It was as if there was a bright moon hidden in her body, and at this moment it was activated by her, turning into a full moon that wrapped around her body. That full moon had an astonishing defensive power, protecting Shan Yu Liusu. The bright divine moon fluctuated, and Chu Mu's sword attacks all bombarded the divine moon, but they were all forcibly blocked by the divine moon. However, with each bombardment, the divine moon would tremble, and blood would flow from the corner of Shan Yu Liusu's mouth. She was seriously injured. This divine moon was her foundation. Once it shattered, it meant that her foundation was completely shattered. However, she had no other choice. Facing Chu Mu, she could only do this. In the end, the divine moon did not shatter, but cracks appeared. However, Chu Mu's sword attacks were all blocked. However, Shan Yu Liusu did not intend to take this opportunity to escape. She had the thought of not giving up until she killed Chu Mu. Holding her sword light, She attacked again, and the bright moon's sword light pierced through the air with unparalleled sharpness. However, Chu-Mu acted as if he did not feel it, and allowed the bright moon's sword light to attack him. Suddenly, a divine light seemed to flash in his eyes, like a shooting star in the sky, so fast that it was difficult to detect. An indescribable aura spread out from Chu-Mu's sword. This was a kind of summation of the past, a kind of raising one's eyes to look forward. This was a kind of severing one's worldly ties and cutting off the past. As the aura spread out, Chu-Mu's eyes also changed. It was as if he had seen through everything in the world, seen through the world of mortals. He raised his hand, and his sword seemed to stab out, but also seemed to slash out at the same time. It was so casual and relaxed, as if he was doodling, or as if he was humming a few songs after eating and drinking. It seemed as if there was sword light, but it also seemed as if there was no sword light. With just one slash, the bright moon sword light disappeared. The faintly discernible sword light blended into the void and flew towards Shin Yuliosu. Shin Yuliosu was shocked at first. Then a look of serenity flashed in her eyes, which was immediately replaced by fear. In that instant, she actually felt serene. It should be known that she was in a life-and-death battle with the peerless prodigy of the human clan, Chu Wangting. In such a situation, she actually felt serene. Wasn't that courting death? Moreover, she was from the Shin clan, and a prodigy of the Shen clan's royal family. She was born with an incomparably strong spiritual will. Yet she actually felt serene after being affected by her opponent's sword. This meant that her opponent's sword had a clear effect on her spiritual will. How could this be? Shouldn't spiritual will be an ability unique to the Shen clan? But that moment of serenity had already caused Shin Yuliosu to miss the best opportunity. She was unable to dodge or block the attack. This sword was faintly discernible, as if it existed, yet also as if it didn't exist. Just like that, it sank between her eyebrows. In the next moment, it would be Shan Yulusu's body of consciousness that would be pierced and torn apart. However, her body suddenly trembled and directly exploded, turning into a huge bright moon that hung in the sky. It gave off an incomparably terrifying light that contained an indescribable power. Without the slightest hesitation, he used the second stage of the world's near-at-hand body. In an instant, he traveled 10,000 meters and quickly escaped. The void within a radius of a few thousand meters around the huge, bright moon was completely filled by the moonlight. It silently melted into nothingness. This made Chu-Mu secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had retreated in time. Otherwise, that kind of power was not something that he could have withstood. In the huge bright moon, a familiar figure was faintly discernible. Chu-Mu could see a pair of eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent through time and space, locking onto him. Chu, royal court of the human clan. I, Shin Yuliosu, will definitely kill you with my own hands in the future. As the voice faded, the huge bright moon also rapidly dimmed until it disappeared. The void that had been melted still existed, turning into a vacuum. It was unknown how long it would remain before it could recover. What a pity, Chu-Mu secretly said. In theory, his sword should have killed the other party. But in reality, the other party had a final life-saving trump card. It could have been brought by herself, or it could have been left behind by the experts of the Shen clan to protect the last of her consciousness. Once her consciousness escaped, the other party could recover again, but it should not be so fast. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. The next time we meet, you will definitely not have the slightest chance of escaping. Chu-Mu secretly said. No matter what, he had defeated the other party in the end. He had almost killed the other party. It had a great effect on his confidence and momentum. In the future, he would only become stronger and stronger. Even if the other party did not die and started over again, she would not be able to catch up to him. The next time they met, she would definitely die. Unfortunately, the other party's consciousness had escaped and her body was destroyed. The killing runes, the space ring, and everything else had disappeared along with it. Chu Mu could not obtain it. However, my understanding of the sword art of Dao seeking has deepened. I have also grasped the current last move, the 14th move. The 14th move of the sword art of Dao seeking, Mortal Bond. This move carried the meaning of Chu Mu's return to the ancient sword continent after he became the master of the deep blue world. He visited his family and friends as a final farewell. He had spent all his time in the deep blue palace reading books and classics. With one sword move, his mortal bond was over. It was as if he had seen through the mortal world, as if he had an epiphany. Unknowingly, it would affect the spiritual will of others, causing them to fall into a kind of emptiness and peace. They would stand aloof from worldly affairs and then be killed by him. So far, my sword art of Dao seeking has reached its peak, Chu Mu secretly said. Next, I need a new breakthrough. Chapter 21-23. All manifestations of the world. The sword was full of infinite changes, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The small team of demon race experts only felt that the sword light was everywhere in front of them. It was full of infinite changes, and they could not avoid it. As they hesitated, they were pierced between their eyebrows, and their souls were directly killed. Chu Mu had already cultivated the last move of the Dao seeking sword technique. All that was left was to create the 15th move. However, this required a deeper understanding of the Dao seeking sword technique and a deeper understanding of its mysteries. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. The White Full sword technique was the only move. White Full crosses the rift, and it had already been cultivated to the extreme. The 6th move of the Heaven-Shattering Cloud sword technique was at the Great Emperor level, and it was impossible to comprehend it in a short period of time. Thus, the only thing left was the Sun Luo sword technique. Chu Mu did not know the level of the Sun Luo sword technique, but he was sure that it was very profound. Until now, he had only cultivated the all manifestations of the world to the initial level and had not yet comprehended its essence. Even so, it was still very mysterious when he used it. As for the second move, all manifestations of the world, it was the ultimate move after infinite changes. It became one, and its power was directly raised to the extreme. As of now, Chu Mu had not mastered it. Chu Mu continued to encounter divine race and demon race cultivators and continuously killed them with his sword. Unknowingly, his accumulated battle merits had already exceeded 1,000 and reached an even higher level. It's you. Good, I'll take your life directly. A voice filled with killing intent sounded. Then figures flashed and surrounded Chu Mu. There were a total of 7 of them. They were the Yi family Saint Venerables who had chased after Chu Mu and Mingjing. The leader was a supreme divine venerable, 2 great divine venerables and 4 little divine venerables. The others were probably already dead. The purpose of this group of Yi family experts from the Great Sky Domain was to track down the murderer of Yi Jingyan. But with the opening of the killing battlefield, they also entered the battlefield to kill enemies, earn battle merits, seize treasures, and so on, and improve their own strength. However, there were many enemy experts in the killing battlefield. Even though they had grouped together, there were only 7 of them left. However, each of them had accumulated a lot of battle merits. What they didn't expect was that they would meet that cunning fellow again. This time you have no chance. The leading supreme holy master was furious. Murderous intent filled his eyes. Last time, he had mistakenly trusted the other party and allowed the other party to escape. While he was chasing after the other party, he had accidentally encountered the half-step Great Emperor Tyrant Saber King. He had failed in his pursuit and was injured by the Tyrant Saber King. Fortunately, the other party had no intention of attacking him again. Otherwise, he might have been killed. Now that he had met this cunning fellow again, and he was alone, it was the best opportunity. Chu Mu, who was surrounded, was not nervous at all. Previously, he was not a match for his opponent because he was not strong enough. But now that might not be the case. I really know who killed Yi Jingyan. Chu Mu said unhurriedly. He didn't look as nervous as he did last time. Of course, that was just an act. Do you think we'll trust you again? A great, sacred master sneered. His tyrannical aura fell on Chu Mu's body. His killing intent was astonishing. The person who killed Yi Jingyan was not Ming Jing. But before Chu Mu could finish a sentence, the Li-perishing sword had already been drawn. Limitless nature, the seven supreme, holy masters of the Yi family, were listening attentively to Chu Mu's words. When they heard the last word, they suddenly stopped. Just as they were about to continue listening, a sword light bloomed in front of them. This sword light seemed simple, but it was actually very complicated. It was full of mysterious changes. It was unpredictable and endless. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. Everyone felt like they were the ones being directly attacked. Only Yi family's extreme sacred experts were able to see the truth. After all, although limitless sword arts, limitless Wanxiang was incomparably intricate, Chu Mu had only trained it to small success. The most intricate parts of it hadn't been fully used yet. The supreme, holy master of the Yi family was not a newbie who had just broken through to the supreme, holy master level. He had been a supreme, holy master for a long time. His eyes were sharp and he had rich experience. He quickly retreated. Just as he retreated, screams rang out at the same time. There were exactly 6 of them. The sword light dissipated. The other 6 supreme, holy masters of the Yi family had all been killed. Only you are left. Chu Mu's voice sounded. There was an indescribable emptiness in it. It was as if he had seen through the illusions of the mortal world and experienced the vicissitudes of life. The sword light was like a dream. The supreme, holy master of the Yi family widened his eyes. It was as if he saw nothing. His mind unknowingly fell into a kind of peace. However, there was a feeling of terror in the depths of his heart. The path-seeking sword technique had broken the bonds of the mortal world. Actually, the person who killed Yi Jingyan was me. Chu Mu's voice seemed to travel through time and space. It reached the supreme, holy master of the Yi family's ears. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It shocked him so much that his heart was like a sea of thunder. He was extremely shocked. Then the blood-red sword light filled the sky and swept past. It was the blood of the path-seeking, sword techniques king. The sword slashed down and the head flew. Only the eyes stared straight at Chu Mu. They were filled with anger and hatred. It turned out that this person was the one who had killed the second young master. The funny thing was that they had thought that he was only at the second refinement of the exceptional realm. They had not taken him seriously at all. Now, they had paid the price for their underestimation. However, there was no room for regret. Even if they wanted to inform the Yi family, they could not do so. This was the massacre world. It was very far from the great sky domain. Chu Mu could not obtain any battle merits from killing the 7 supreme, holy masters of the Yi family. However, he had gotten rid of a hidden danger. He had also obtained the space rings of the 7 supreme holy masters, as well as the massacre runes and secret patterns of massacre. It was a good harvest. There was a lot of wealth in the space rings of the 7 supreme, holy masters of the Yi family. However, to Chu Mu, there was not a single thing that could increase his cultivation or strength. There were also no good sword techniques. I have to kill more people from the divine race and demon race to earn more battle merits, Chu Mu thought to himself as he looked into the distance. He hoped that when he entered the massacre shrine to exchange for battle merits, he would be able to exchange for something that was actually useful to him. He believed that the highly anticipated battle merits exchange would not disappoint him. Time passed. Unknowingly, a month had passed since Chu Mu entered the massacre battlefield. During this period, more than 1,000 people from the divine race and demon race had died under his sword. Among them, there were dozens of geniuses. However, Only a few of them could be called supreme talents. Every single heaven's favorite was extremely precious to every race. The death of any one of them was a great loss. This time, at least 2 supreme talents from the divine race and demon race had died under Chu Mu's sword. There were more quasi-supreme talents. The losses were great. Of course, there were also many human geniuses who were killed by the divine race and demon race. The number of people who were not geniuses was even higher. This kind of battle was nothing compared to a real race war. A real race war could result in thousands of deaths in an instant. It was many times more intense than this. Regrettably, Chu Mu did not encounter any supreme talents from the divine race or demon race again. The massacre battlefield could not be said to be big, but it could not be said to be small either. Chu Mu could not stay in one place all the time. The others were the same. They were constantly moving. Whether they could meet each other depended entirely on luck. A month's time, the opening time of the massacre battlefield was about to arrive. The color of the sky changed, and the color of blood gradually spread out. Everyone in the massacre battlefield only felt a force beginning to repel them. It was weak at first, but as time passed, it strengthened little by little. Everyone knew that the massacre battlefield was about to close. It was time to leave. Chu Mu's figure turned into a stream of light and rapidly left the center, flying in the direction of the human city. Usually, he would not use the second layer of worlds and near at hand. The first layer was enough. Not long later, a golden meteor flew over from the front. It was shockingly the divine race's supreme talent, Divine Sun, Heavenly Wings. Regardless of whether it was Divine Sun, Heavenly Wings, or Chu Mu, their speed was extremely fast. They also saw each other. A light flashed in the depths of their eyes, slightly adjusting their direction. They charged at each other. Sword out. In that instant of collision, an ear-piercing sword cry overflowed. 2 streams of light crossed each other in an instant, leaving far away without even turning their heads back. That sword, both parties brought out their true strength, aiming for the goal of killing the other party with one sword. Unfortunately, the other party's strength was very tyrannical. There did not seem to be any gap between them. There was simply no way to kill the other party, and they would not be killed by the other party. The repulsive force of the massacre battlefield became stronger and stronger. If they did not leave in time, it was very likely that they would be injured under this repulsive force. In serious cases, their bodies and souls would even be destroyed, directly dying. As such, Chu Mu and Divine Sun, Heavenly Wings, could only restrain the fighting spirit and killing intent in their hearts. Human, the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Divine Sun, Heavenly Wings' voice passed through the sky and into Chu Mu's ears. His tone was resolute and carried a shocking sharpness. You can't do it. Chu Mu's reply was even more direct. There was a kind of decisiveness and dominance in it. Both parties did not speak anymore, because there was no need for that. If they met the next time, it would be a life and death battle. So what if they said more? One figure after another rushed out of the border of the massacre battlefield in time and returned to the boundary of human city. After Chu Mu rushed out, he quickly looked around and saw Tyrant Sword King. Then he also saw Mingjing. Brother Chu, did your cultivation increase again? When Mingjing saw Chu Mu, she was first excited, then a little depressed. She asked, "Didn't you increase as well?" Chu Mu smiled. After a month, Mingjing's cultivation had increased a lot. When her strength reached the level of Little Sacred Master, she was much stronger. Mingjing thought that she could catch up to Chu Mu's footsteps. She did not expect that after she increased, Chu Mu would also increase. The gap between them had not narrowed at all, and might even be further apart. Then Mingjing smiled again. In this dangerous massacre battlefield, not only could she survive, but she could also increase her cultivation and strength. This was already considered very good. Chapter 21-24. When the massacre battlefield closed, The blood-red light that looked like a huge bowl quickly shrank and condensed into a beam of blood-red light before exploding. Chu Mu did not see it the first time, but now he saw it, and so did the other humans. For a moment, some of the humans' pupils unconsciously shrank and expanded along with the beam of blood-red light, as if they saw the shadow of the world exploding. Chu Mu felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart, as if he had comprehended something. But when he wanted to investigate further, he found that there was nothing. He knew that this was because he had not accumulated enough experience. Otherwise, he would have comprehended something at this moment. Chu Mu was not the only one who encountered this situation. The other geniuses were also the same. However, this scene and this vague comprehension had unknowingly taken root in their hearts. One day, when they had accumulated enough experience and encountered a similar situation again, perhaps they would be able to stimulate today's comprehension and truly comprehend something. The beam of blood-red light exploded, but it was different from before. It filled the air with red mist, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to the original massacre battlefield. Let's go back and see what I can exchange for with these battle merits. Haha, I have obtained a few hundred battle merits. Those who were alive had more or less obtained some battle merits, dozens, or even thousands of battle merits. Those who were dead were already dead. It was said that every time the massacre battlefield opened, a large number of people would die. This time, who knew how many human cultivators were buried in it? However, on the path of cultivation, one had to face all kinds of life and death, from enemies and explorations. There were all kinds of ways to die, and many people were already used to it. A large group of people left the massacre battlefield and returned to Human City with great momentum. Along the way, all the massacre behemoths that came into contact with them were all killed by their swords. They're back. Looks like the massacre battlefield is closed. As this large group of cultivators poured into Human City, they all exuded a strong murderous aura. This was a sign that they had just left the battlefield of slaughter. After all, they had stayed in the battlefield of slaughter for an entire month. They had been constantly fighting and experiencing life and death. The enemies were either gods, demons, or other races. They were slaughtering beasts. If they were not killed, they would kill others. The murderous aura was getting thicker and thicker. Those who had not entered the battlefield were in awe. This group of people didn't rest when they returned to the Human City. Instead, they rushed towards the massacre shrine like an endless stream of horses and carriages. As soon as he entered the massacre shrine, Chu Mu had a strange feeling. It was as if the massacre rune that had entered his body when he first entered the massacre battlefield had reacted to the massacre shrine. The slaughter talismans in Lin Feng's body flew out and connected with the massacre shrine strength. In a flash, the people around him disappeared. He was in a small world, and he was the only one there. The runes suddenly disintegrated and spread out. A crystal plate appeared in front of Chu Mu. Name: Chu Royal Court. Race: human. Cultivation: exceptional realm 3rd, refinement middle stage. Origin: number 39 Royal Palace of Massacre. Battle merit: 6,178. Chu Mu's eyes widened. What surprised him wasn't the number of battle merit, because he already knew it. What surprised him was the origin. Number 39 Royal Palace of Massacre. In other words, there were at least dozens of royal palaces of massacre. After thinking for a while, Chu Mu collected his thoughts and said, "Exchange." Suddenly, the words on the crystal plate changed rapidly. Cultivation method, martial arts, pill, weapon, massacre rune, treasure, special, and so on. Chu Mu eliminated the cultivation method and martial arts categories. He felt that the hard-earned battle merit couldn't be used in these two areas. After all, the cultivation method and truth-seeking technique were enough. As for the martial arts category, his current sword skills were enough. Even if he needed them in the future, he could get them through other channels. As for the remaining categories, the weapon category seemed to be temporarily eliminated. After all, he had the Li Perishing Sword, which belonged to the top spiritual sword and had the value of cultivation. Perhaps it could be upgraded to the Great Emperor level as he improved. He opened the pill category first and quickly looked around. Unfortunately, there were no pills that could directly improve cultivation. They were only supplementary to cultivation and could speed up cultivation. They were effective for ordinary exceptional realm experts. But it was hard to say how effective they would be for Chu Mu, who was a special exceptional realm expert. After all, Chu Mu used the origin of sword principle and not the power of law. These pills were all refined according to the power of law. Then he checked the treasure category. There were many treasures, but Chu Mu didn't find anything he particularly wanted. He didn't look at it for the time being and turned to look at the massacre rune category. Then he looked at the special category. Rune solidification. Chu Mu saw 1 in the special category. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he opened it. The so-called rune solidification was to solidify the runes that he had mastered and turn them into massacre runes that completely belonged to him. In simple words, the power of the massacre runes that needed to be activated in the past would be directly transferred to his body. There was no need to activate them again, and there was no need to consume massacre secret runes to replenish it. Rune upgrade. In addition to rune solidification, Chu Mu also saw rune upgrade, which was to directly upgrade the rune's level. For example, Chu Mu's 2 massacre runes were bronze level 5. If he used rune upgrade, he could upgrade them to silver level 1. If the truth rune was upgraded to silver level 1, once it was used, it would increase the proportion of spirit. Of course, at that time, if he wanted to replenish his energy, he would have to use silver level massacre secret runes. Silver level corresponded to emperor level massacre behemoths, which were high level massacre behemoths. With Chu Mu's current strength, he would be blown to death by a high level massacre behemoth. Therefore, although rune upgrade seemed very tempting, it was almost equivalent to a one-time use item. Moreover, whether it was rune upgrade or rune solidification, it required a lot of battle merits. Although Chu Mu was tempted, he could only choose. The battle merits required for rune solidification or rune upgrade were closely related to the rune itself. The better the rune, the more battle merits required for rune solidification or rune upgrade. Chu Mu inquired and found out that the solidification of truth runes required 3,000 battle achievements. Similarly, upgrading the runes also required 3,000 battle achievements. In other words, Chu Mu could only choose one of the two, because if rune upgrade to silver level, rune solidification would require more battle merits. Chu Mu did not make a decision so quickly. He still needed to look and compare. Not long after, he saw another option to study the slaughter steel. He clicked on it. This slaughter steel was said to be a stone steel left behind by the slaughter lord. It contained unfathomable mysteries, and it required 1,000 battle merits to study it. The time limit was 3 days. Then, Chu Mu looked at the other options. In the end, he decided to choose rune solidification or tablet of massacre. The first rune solidification was naturally rune solidification. After activating the power of a bronze level rank 5 rune solidification, Chu Mu's essence, chi, and spirit would be enhanced by 50%. If it reached silver level rank 1, it would be enhanced by 100%. Of course, Chu Mu had already given up on rune solidification. After 3,000 battle merits were deducted, Chu Mu felt a force descending and shattering the rune solidification in his body. The force was suddenly released and instantly spread to every part of Chu Mu's body. After 3 rounds, it rushed to his spiritual world, physique, and dantian. Under the influence of the descending force, the power after the rune solidification was integrated into Chu Mu's essence, chi, and spirit, causing the 3 to rise layer by layer. Their strength was constantly increasing, becoming increasingly tyrannical. This process lasted for about a quarter of an hour before it ended. Chu Mu could no longer feel the existence of the truth runes. but he could clearly feel that his essence, energy, and soul had greatly improved. Under the circulation of the truth-seeking technique, the great true energy had also obtained a clear increase in strength. As a result, Chu Mu's strength had also been enhanced. However, he was now more focused on the sword principle origin, with the great true force as a supplement. Therefore, the increase in strength was not as obvious as directly upgrading the sword principle origin. In addition to the increase in strength, his defensive power and survivability had also been greatly improved. Overall, Chu Mu's strength had improved a lot. Good, this feeling is great, Chu Mu said to himself. In the past, he had to activate the rune solidification to be able to feel the power, but at this moment, it existed in his body permanently. Then the next step is to solidify the rune solidification of killing intent, Chu Mu said to himself. The rune solidification of killing intent required relatively less battle merits, but it still reached as high as 2,000 points. This number was something that countless people who entered the battlefield of massacre could only look up to. Another force descended and entered Chu Mu's body, shattering the rune solidification of killing intent in Chu Mu's body. The function of this rune solidification was to unify his killing intent and transform it into lethality, directly increasing it by 50%. About half an hour later, Chu Mu successfully solidified the rune solidification of killing intent and completely transformed it into his own. After it was completely solidified, he could clearly feel that his perception and control of killing intent had reached a new height. With a thought, he could mobilize his killing intent and transform it into an attack, which was more profound than simply affecting and intimidating the target in the past. Moreover, Chu Mu had a feeling that the solidification of the killing intent fluctuation rune allowed him to grasp this ability. It wasn't just limited to this. Perhaps there would be even more and better uses for it. It was just that he wasn't sure yet. The third one was his final choice to comprehend the Tablet of Massacre. In this way, first 3,000 battle merits were deducted, then 2,000 battle merits were deducted, and finally 1,000 battle merits were deducted. Chu Mu only had a little more than 100 battle merits left, which were of little use. Chapter 21-25. After the Truth Rune and Killing Intent Rune solidified, they shattered and turned into power that merged into Chu Mu's body. They truly became Chu Mu's power, causing his strength to increase directly. It was just like activating these 2 killing runes all the time. As for the heavenly rune's power, it required a few thousand battle merits. Chu Mu only had a little more than 1,000 battle merits left. It was completely insufficient. Moreover, the rune was a passive killing rune. Whether it was solidified or not, there was not much difference at the moment. The last 1,000 battle merits were used to comprehend the Tablet of Massacre. Like Chu Mu, there were also some people who chose to comprehend the Tablet of Massacre. The scenery in front of him changed rapidly as if he had traveled through time and space. In the blink of an eye, he had left the massacre shrine and arrived in a small world. A huge, blood-red tablet of massacre pointed to the sky like a sword. It was at least 990 feet tall. Many figures appeared around the tablet of massacre. There were more than 30 of them in total. Every one of them had the cultivation of the exceptional realm. Every one of them had the strength of a holy venerable. Every one of them was a true genius or even a quasi-genius. As Chu Mu was sizing up the 990 feet tall tablet of massacre, a few people's gazes fell on him and they quickly walked over. Chu Royal Court, one of them said. His voice was somewhat cold. What's the matter? Chu Mu looked over and asked indifferently. I am the leader of the 100 Heavens Alliance, Li Qiubai. The leader's eyes were as sharp as swords. He looked at Chu Mu and said seriously, You killed Si Yufeng, didn't you? Yes. Chu Mu had no intention of denying it. It was not a secret. Si Yufeng coveted the killing rune as a reward for leaving his name on the sword cliff and was killed. He only had himself to blame. He was not as skilled as others, Li Qiubai said coldly, but he is a member of the 100 Heavens Alliance. As the leader, I must seek justice for him. What do you want? Chu Mu smiled. The light in his eyes was as sharp as a sword, piercing straight to the heart. He was not afraid at all. Fight? Chu Mu didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, he was not inferior to an ordinary supreme, sacred venerable. Even if Li Qiubai, the leader of the 100 Heavens Alliance, could be considered a prodigy, he was not afraid. We are all human sky prides, so there is no need to fight to the death. This is the Tablet of Slaughter. Just as well, we can use the Tablet of Slaughter to determine the winner. Li Qiubai said, if you lose, join the 100 Heavens Alliance and replace Si Yufeng's position. If I lose, this matter will be written off. If you lose, this matter will be written off. It won't affect me in any way. Change your conditions, Chu Mu said. What do you want? Li Qiubai asked. How about if you lose, the position of Alliance Chief of the 100 Heavens Alliance will belong to me? Chu Mu said with a smile, after he said that not only Li Qiubai, but the eyes of the other geniuses of the 100 Heavens Alliance became very cold. They were like sword light that wanted to pierce through Chu Mu's body. Do you know the background of every member of the 100 Heavens Alliance? Li Qiubai's voice became even colder and his eyes sharpened. So what? If you want to gamble, you have to win and lose. Chu Mu said unconcernedly, if you can't make the decision, then change your conditions. You don't have to provoke me. I agree to this bet, Li Qiubai said without any hesitation. He had founded the 100 Heavens Alliance. How will the results of the comprehension be determined? Chu Mu asked. As long as you comprehend it, it will appear on the Tablet of Slaughter. The higher the position, the better. Li Qiubai's answer let Chu Mu know the secret behind it. It was a simple exchange of a few words, but it was like a huge battle. In the end, they had already agreed on the method and result to determine the victor. Li Qiubai left with the people of the 100 Heavens Alliance. He walked to the other side of the Tablet of Slaughter and sat down. He stared at the Tablet of Slaughter and began to comprehend it. Chu Mu looked away and sat before the Tablet of Slaughter as well. He stared at the Tablet of Slaughter and emptied his mind. He began to comprehend it. Anyone who could pay 1,000 battle merits to comprehend the Tablet of Slaughter was a true genius. Furthermore, all of them had gained quite a lot from the battlefield of slaughter. The Tablet of Slaughter was completely blood-red in color. It was 999 feet tall, towering and majestic. It stood alone as if it was supporting a small world. Yes, this small world was in fact a small world created by the power of the Tablet of Slaughter. The Tablet of Slaughter was a stone tablet left behind by the master of the world of slaughter. It had been personally refined by the master of the world of slaughter, and it contained the master's way. By comprehending the Tablet of Slaughter, it was possible to comprehend the master's way. However, to Chu Mu, comprehending the slaughter world masters, Tao didn't have much use. This was the same for any prodigy. One's own Tao truly belonged to oneself. The Tao of others could only be used as a reference. He emptied his mind and focused on the Tablet of Slaughter. There are countless lines on the blood-red Tablet of Slaughter. They intertwined and intertwined, forming unique runes. These runes looked like slaughter runes, but they also didn't seem to be. Chu Mu's mind and will were completely focused. His mind was also focused on the Tablet of Slaughter. The 30 or so geniuses were the same. They were silent, and even their breathing couldn't be heard. Time slowly passed. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their expressions were solemn. They had been like this since the beginning. There was no change at all. As long as one was a genius, they would have outstanding perception. However, the tablet of slaughter was mysterious and unpredictable. For a moment, even Chu Mu couldn't comprehend anything. Time passed. Gradually, Chu Mu's mind began to ripple. It was like a small stone or a grain of sand was thrown into a calm lake. Tiny ripples appeared on the surface of the water. At first, it wasn't noticeable, but as time passed, it gradually became obvious and intense. The ripples continued to spread out in an endless manner. Under the surface of the water, there seemed to be a dot of blood-red light. It was slowly becoming clear. Shortly after, that dot of blood-red light broke out of the water like a dragon and soared into the 9 heavens. This blood-red dragon represented Chu Mu's comprehension of the tablet of slaughter. The initial comprehension was just an embryonic form, but it represented a good start. Looking at the others, their expressions were the same as before. There wasn't any change. This also meant that Chu Mu was the first to comprehend. However, being the first to comprehend didn't mean that the final comprehension would be the best. Not long after, Li Choubai's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have comprehended something as well. However, it was only an initial comprehension. It was just an embryonic form. The tablet of slaughter contained endless mysteries. Comprehending it would only allow one to comprehend a small part of it. The mysteries that Chu Mu comprehended were related to the Tao of slaughter. The reason why he could comprehend the mysteries related to the Tao of slaughter was because of the killing intent fluctuation rune that he had solidified. There was a natural attraction. The killing intent fluctuation rune allowed Chu Mu's control of killing intent to become even more exquisite. This was equivalent to a starting point and a foundation for the Tao of slaughter. Grasping the mysteries of the Tao of slaughter, Chu Mu focused on comprehending it. Although he could sense even more mysterious Taos from the slaughter steel, he was very clear that he only had 3 days to comprehend the slaughter steel. Rather than trying to comprehend more mysterious Taos, he might as well focus on one. Since he had the time, he didn't care about too many mysterious Taos. Comprehend, comprehend, comprehend. As time passed and he focused on comprehending, Chu Mu's understanding of the Tao of slaughter gradually deepened. On the 2nd day, Chu Mu felt that his comprehension of the Tao of slaughter had reached a limit. Next, he needed to transform the Tao of slaughter so that he could use it himself. Comprehending was comprehending and applying was applying. There was still a difference between the two. The sword is a weapon of slaughter. From ancient times until now, this is something that will never change. Sword techniques can be used to protect and to kill enemies. However, in the end, they are all used to better protect oneself and to better kill enemies. However, in the end, all sword techniques are created for the purpose of killing. The chaotic universe, the great chaotic void, the 3 great worlds, and the 100 races of the universe all exist for the sake of survival and reproduction. The sword of slaughter is indispensable. All sorts of comprehensions appeared in Chu Mu's mind. In the spiritual world, an illusory figure condensed out of thin air. Immediately after, his right hand grabbed the void and an illusory sword shadow condensed in an instant. The figure stood quietly in the spiritual world with a sword in hand. It was majestic and unmoving, as if it had turned into a statue that had existed since time immemorial. This illusory figure was the figure condensed by Chu Mu. He was pondering and comprehending the Tao of slaughter. He was integrating what he had learned and his foundation in order to transform it into a sword technique that was suitable for him. 10,000 years of accumulation in the deep blue world had not only allowed Chu Mu to create the truth-seeking technique, the truth-seeking swordsmanship, the 4 directions truth-seeking steps, and the world's end near at hand body, but it had also established a perfect foundation for his future path. Every step he took after arriving in the origin realm was an extension and development of his previous foundation. He had moved forward step by step, little by little. Until now, he had not missed a single step. The most suitable sword technique for himself was undoubtedly a self-created sword technique. Regardless of whether it was the white horse sword technique or the sky-shattering cloud sword technique, they had been created by others. No matter how much Chumu modified and perfected them, they still did not belong to him. Sword techniques that were not created by oneself would not be able to truly and completely conform to one's spirit and sword path. A battle between powerhouses might only last for a moment. The higher the level, the more important one's foundation was. If one's foundation was not well established, they would regret it in the future and would have to spend more time to make up for it. As for those ultimate powerhouses who climbed to the peak, they would not cultivate other people's martial arts. At most, they would refer to it and absorb the essence of it. They would use it to integrate it into themselves and create the most suitable martial arts for themselves. Chapter 21-26. The spiritual world was as vast as the void universe, seemingly without end. An illusory figure, holding an illusory long sword, stood in the spiritual world and suddenly moved. It was a very slow movement, and the movement was very clear. The trajectory was clear at a glance. But such a sword also had a mystery that could not be avoided. The sword seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens, filled with extreme killing intent. It was a sword that was born only for killing. As the sword slashed out, the sword radiance turned into the color of blood, breaking through the air. It was a little rough and choppy. Immediately, the illusory figure withdrew the sword and stood still. After about 10 breaths, the sword slashed out again. The trajectory of the sword was similar to the previous one, but it seemed to be a little smoother. Another 10 breaths passed, and the sword slashed out again. This repeated over and over again. This time, the illusory figure stood still for 30 breaths before the sword slashed out. The blood-colored sword light of the sword was clearly more condensed and smoother. 10 breaths, 30 breaths, 60 breaths, 100 breaths. The interval between each slash was getting longer and longer, but the sword slashed out with each slash was becoming more and more perfect. This time, the illusory figure paused for a full quarter of an hour before he moved again. Without any pretense, the illusory long sword pierced through the air. It was an extremely sharp sword that was filled with killing intent, as if it could even cut through the void. After the sword slashed out, the illusory figure and the illusory long sword dissipated. In the outside world, the eyes that had been closed at some point suddenly opened. A blood-colored sword light shot out from the eyes. The invisible killing intent caused the hearts of the people at the tablet of massacre to turn cold, but they could not find a way to pursue it. At this point, the 3 days to comprehend the tablet of massacre were almost up. Chu Wangting, I have finished comprehending it. Li Qiubai walked over and said, Now, let's use the tablet of massacre to determine the level of our comprehension. Li Qiubai believed that Chu Wangting, who was able to leave his name at the top of the sword cliff, would definitely be able to comprehend some mysteries, but he might not be able to compare with him. The sword cliff tested one's potential. Potential was made up of many aspects, but something like comprehension could not be reflected on the sword cliff. Of course, to be able to become a genius, one's comprehension must be extraordinary. It was normal for one to surpass ordinary geniuses. However, Li Qiubai did not think that his comprehension was inferior to his opponent's. In fact, his comprehension had always been something he was proud of. Li Qiubai was confident that the profundities he comprehended would not be inferior to his opponent's. In fact, he might even surpass them. And now, it was time to decide who was better. If Chu Wangting lost, he would become a member of the 100 Heavens Alliance. In this way, the 100 Heavens Alliance would become stronger. If he lost, then the 100 Heavens Alliance that he had created would have to be handed over. However, would he lose? No, I'll go first, Li Qiubai said as he turned to face the slaughter tablet. He raised his palm and extended his index finger. With a light tap of his finger, a beam of blood-red light shot through the air. This ray of light was Li Qiubai's comprehension. It was difficult to see the profundities of this ray of light alone. The ray of light landed on the slaughter tablet. Immediately, the ray of light melted into the tablet. A dot of blood-red light appeared. It started from the bottom of the slaughter tablet and shot upwards. In the blink of an eye, it had reached dozens of feet. The slaughter tablet could allow one to comprehend the profundities within. It could also test the profundities one had comprehended. The higher one's position on the slaughter tablet, the better the profundities one had comprehended. Li Qiubai was the leader of the 100 Heavens Alliance. This time, he was ranked fourth on the sword cliff. He was second only to Chu Huangji. He was a genius and had a great reputation. Therefore, many people knew him. The crowd around the slaughter tablet stared at Li Qiubai's of cold light rising up the slaughter tablet. They could not take their eyes off it. In the end, Li Qiubai's blood light stopped at the 90-foot mark of the tablet of slaughter. This was an astonishing height. Since ancient times, very few people who had comprehended the tablet of slaughter had been able to reach the 800-foot mark, and even fewer had reached the 90-foot mark. 90-foot mark! Li Qiubai's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Compared to Chu Mu, Li Qiubai's understanding of the slaughter tablet was much better. He knew that the 90-foot mark was definitely one of the best among all the prodigies since ancient times. Chu Wangting, it's your turn, Li Qiubai said slowly and looked at Chu Mu. He was full of confidence. Chu Mu smiled slightly. Using his finger as a sword, he slashed out. The blood-red ray of light pierced through the air and slashed onto the slaughter tablet. It was directly absorbed by the slaughter tablet. It turned into a dot of blood-red light and rose from the bottom of the slaughter tablet. It shot upwards rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had covered dozens of feet. Its speed did not seem to be any slower than Li Qiubai's. Li Qiubai's expression became serious. Chu Mu looked on calmly. In terms of comprehension, he had never met anyone who could compare to him. Confidence had long been ingrained in Chu Mu's bones, in the deepest part of his soul, and in the deepest part of his consciousness. This was the confidence that had been accumulated through countless victories. It was unshakable. The blood-red ray was full of energy and continued to shoot upwards. Soon it had exceeded 80-foot mark. 80-foot mark. There's nothing strange about it. As the number one on the sword cliff, it would be strange if it didn't reach 80-foot mark. Can it reach 90-foot mark? It's hard to say. As everyone discussed, the blood-red ray had exceeded 80-foot mark and continued to shoot upwards. 85-foot mark. Unknowingly, Li Qiubai became nervous. Seeing that the blood-red ray was full of energy, it seemed that it could reach 90-foot mark. As expected of a peerless prodigy. However, at most, it would be a draw with me, Li Qiubai thought to himself. Just as this thought appeared, it was mercilessly shattered. Li Qiubai's eyes suddenly widened and almost popped out. There was only one thought in his mind. How could it be? That blood-red ray, the one that represented Chu Wangting's comprehension, had exceeded 90-foot mark and was still going up. 91-foot mark. 92-foot mark. The blood-red ray was still full of energy and continued to shoot upwards. Li Qiubai was stunned. The other geniuses of the 100 Sky Alliance were also stunned. Li Qiubai had lost. Their alliance leader had lost. The result of losing would be that the position of alliance leader of the 100 Sky Alliance would belong to someone else. Would that still be the 100 Sky Alliance? For a moment, Li Qiubai's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Finally, the blood-red ray stopped at the 99-foot mark. This was the highest point of the Tablet of Massacre. No one had ever reached this height. Now someone had done it. Chu Wangting, the number one on the sword cliff, the peerless prodigy, Chu Wangting. This time, the prodigy that he had comprehended from the Tablet of Massacre had reached a height of 99 foot. No one had done it before. No one had done it before. Li Qiubai was greatly shocked. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was dizzy and indescribable. He did not know what to say. In fact, his emotions were extremely complicated. 99-foot mark, a height that no one had ever reached before. Perhaps no one would be able to reach it in the future. What kind of comprehension ability was this? When it came to comprehension ability, Chu Mu had always been the most outstanding. It was the same even when it came to the space-time rotation. Moreover, as he was in the sovereign realm, his comprehension ability was even more thorough and vivid. Even if there was someone whose comprehension ability was comparable to Chu Mu's, unless they were also in the sovereign realm, it would be impossible for them to reach the height that Chu Mu had reached. Superb comprehension ability was like a kind of potential. Only when one's cultivation level was high enough could it be fully utilized. For example, a good sword in the hands of a weak person was completely different from in the hands of an expert. After a long while, Li Qiubai came back to his senses. His voice was filled with bitterness. You won. How could he not feel bitter? He had been full of confidence, but he had suffered a blow. The 100 Sky Alliance that he had wholeheartedly built and developed had been given to someone else. This was his blood, sweat, and tears. However, words that had been spoken were like water that could not be taken back and could not be taken back. Once he regretted it, not only would it be detrimental to his reputation, it would also have a negative impact on his future cultivation path. Therefore, he could only accept it. You lost. Chu Mu retracted his gaze from the tablet of massacre and said unhurriedly, In the future, you will be the alliance leader of the 100 Heavens Alliance. Li Qiubai said with difficulty. This sentence seemed to have exhausted his strength. The expressions of the others changed drastically. They could not accept such an outcome. No need. Chu Mu said, startling Li Qiubai and the others, You created the 100 Heavens Alliance single-handedly. Even if I become the alliance leader, how many people will obey me? Chu Mu asked in return. Moreover, I don't have the time to manage the 100 Heavens Alliance. If I become the alliance leader, the 100 Heavens Alliance will exist in name only. Chu Mu's words were very reasonable because he would not spend time and energy to manage the 100 Heavens Alliance. That was not the path he pursued. Therefore, if he became the alliance leader, it would be difficult to convince the others. There would even be members who would leave one after another, causing the 100 Heavens Alliance to exist in name only. Under the combination of various reasons, Chu Mu was naturally unwilling to accept the position of alliance leader. It might bring him some benefits, but it would also require him to pay a corresponding price, which was time and energy. Li Qiubai thought for a moment and immediately understood the meaning of Chu Mu's words. All right, the matter of Si Yufeng is written off. Li Qiubai's eyes flashed. He said solemnly, From now on, you are an important friend of the 100 Heavens Alliance. I will tell the other members that seeing you is like seeing the alliance leader of the 100 Heavens Alliance. As long as you need help, the 100 Heavens Alliance will do its best to help. This was a promise, a solemn promise. Such a promise was almost equivalent to tying the 100 Heavens Alliance to Chu Mu's war chariot. However, Chu Mu's action had gained their approval since Li Qiubai said it, and the other members did not have any intention to refute. Once they had gained their approval, many of the displeasing feelings they had before immediately changed. No matter how they looked at it, it was more pleasing to the eye. Si Yufeng, that guy, was greedy. He is courting death. He has only himself to blame. A member laughed. His ranking was higher than Si Yufeng's. From now on, you are a friend of mine, Teng Yanwu. The other geniuses of the 100 Heavens Alliance also expressed their opinions, making everyone envious. Chapter 21-27. The time to comprehend the Tablet of Massacre was 3 days. Once the time was up, it would close, and the cultivators would be sent out of the Tablet of Massacre to return to the Massacre Divine Palace. Chu Mu looked at the remaining 100 battle merits and found them useless. Anything that was useful to him would cost at least 500 battle merits. He transferred the remaining battle merits to Mingjing. together with Ming Jing's remaining battle merits. He now had more than 200 battle merits. He could let Ming Jing exchange for something else. Brother Chu, I have to leave the massacre world and return to the Great Sky region. See you again. Ming Jing bade farewell to Chu Mu. This time he was really leaving. See you again, Chu Mu said. The friendship between gentlemen was as light as water. Parting and reuniting only took a few words. After Ming Jing left, Chu Mu stayed in Human City. Comprehending the tablet of massacre had allowed Chu Mu to comprehend the mysteries behind it. It had also allowed him to transform the mysteries into a sword technique. However, this was only the beginning. There was still room for improvement and improvement. Chu Mu chose a secret cultivation room where he could practice his sword technique and began his seclusion. In the Great Sky region, the Heavenly Sword Divine Palace was lofty and deep. Suddenly, a powerful aura gushed out from one of the palaces and shot into the sky. It was as if an invisible divine sword had pierced through the heavens and pierced through the 9 heavens. This sword aura was earth-shattering. That aura is... Yi Jingshan has broken through. He was at the 4th refinement exceptional realm before his seclusion. He has the strength of a supreme, sacred master. After his breakthrough, he is at the 5th refinement exceptional realm. Does that mean his strength has reached half-step Great Emperor? In the source realm, as long as a cultivator worked hard enough, reaching the eternal realm was almost guaranteed. As for the exceptional realm, as long as one worked hard enough and had enough time, one could reach it. However, reaching the Great Emperor realm was very difficult. It was at least 100 or 1,000 times harder than reaching the exceptional realm. For many cultivators, reaching the Great Emperor realm was their lifelong goal. However, it was unattainable. Therefore, the half-step Great Emperor realm was the limit of many cultivators. Now, Yi Jingshan's strength had probably reached the half-step Great Emperor realm. If he could kill a strong, supreme, holy master when he was only at the 4th refinement of the exceptional saint level, then he would definitely be stronger than a supreme, holy master now that he was at the 5th refinement of the exceptional saint level. He would be a half-step Great Emperor. What a monster! As expected of a peerless genius. I dare say that Yi Jingshan will at least become a sovereign in the future. He might even reach the level of our sky sword Godly Hall's ancestor. At the same level as the patriarch, that's... If Yi Jingshan can reach the level of the great ancestor in the future, our sky sword Godly Hall will become even more powerful and dominate the heavens. Yi Jingshan, the number 1 genius of the Yi clan since ancient times and the last disciple of the current sky sword Godly Palace Master, broke through to the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm after a year of closed-door cultivation. His strength also increased, surpassing the extreme sacred venerate and entering the half-step Great Emperor realm. A sword light shot up to the sky from the palace as if it had pierced through the void. Immediately after, it turned around in the sky and left the sky sword Godly Hall at an astonishing speed, heading towards the outside world. You dared to kill my younger brother. Are you prepared to face my wrath? Yi Jingshan's eyes were ice cold. A thick, murderous intent condensed in his eyes, ready to be unleashed. Yi Jingshan left in a hurry as soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation. He wanted to go to the massacre world to find the murderer of his brother, Yi Jingyan. He wanted to take revenge for his brother and find out everyone related to the murderer and kill them all. Previously, when he was in closed-door cultivation, he would be injured if he stopped. Hence, he did not dare to stop and could not stop. He only rushed to the massacre world after he came out of closed-door cultivation as he was afraid that the murderer would escape. In the secret room, there was a human-shaped metal statue. It was made of a special material and was extremely tough. Its strength could withstand the attack of a half-step Great Emperor realm. Now, it was the target of Chu Mu's sword skills. With the perishing sword in his hand, he stood quietly in the secret room and faced the metal statue. His aura was restrained. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. It was not until 10 breaths later that Chu Mu's hand moved. The li-perishing sword pierced through the air at a speed that could not be seen. The speed of the sword was shocking. It turned into a blood-red ray that cut through the void and attacked the metal statue. It was fast and ruthless. This sword was filled with killing intent. It was the condensation of pure killing intent and killing intent. It unified Chu Mu's killing intent and integrated them into this sword to become a killing move. This was the sword of killing Dao. The blood-red sword light instantly slashed at the metal statue, directly cutting it open and leaving a deep mark. Its power can reach the level of an extreme, holy master. However, when I attack, the condensation and circulation of the killing intent is still a little slow. It needs to be improved. Chu Mu thought to himself after thinking about it for a while. After another 10 breaths, Xiao Qin attacked again. Just like that, Chu Mu attacked again and again. There was a gap of 10 breaths between each attack. Those 10 breaths were the time for Chu Mu to reflect and store up power, just like when he was at the slaughter steel. However, at that time, Chu Mu was simulating cultivation in his spiritual world. Now he was cultivating in his own body. After 10 attacks, Chu Mu had a deeper understanding of this move. After another 20 breaths, Chu Mu attacked for the 11th time. The trajectory can be further adjusted to be more concise, Chu Mu thought to himself. After another 20 breaths of time, Chu Mu waved his sword again. Compared to before, the trajectory had a slight change. It wasn't very obvious, but this slight change caused Chu Mu's sword's speed to increase a bit. When experts fought, the faster the speed, the easier it was to gain the upper hand and kill the opponent. After the 20th attack, Chu Mu comprehended again. This time, there was a gap of 30 breaths. The longer the interval, the deeper Chu Mu's comprehension was. The deeper his comprehension was, the more time he had to spend to comprehend more. This was a cycle, starting from 10 breaths, to 20 breaths, to 30 breaths, to 40 breaths, 50 breaths, 60 breaths. After 60 breaths, Chu Mu attacked for another 10 times. This is the limit, Chu Mu thought to himself. He had already reached the upper limit of how much space he could improve the sword. If he wanted to improve it further, he would need to increase his cultivation realm. In other words, he had barely reached the minor sovereign realm. He had to increase his cultivation realm again in order to continue improving the sword art. A sword art created based on the slaughter profound Tao. It only exists for slaughter. Chu Mu thought to himself, since it's like this, I'll call it the lifeless sword style. Lifeless sword style. When the sword was drawn, there was no life. What made Chu Mu interested was that the lifeless sword style had no ranks. A martial art without ranks could be said to be the weakest martial art. It could also be said to be the strongest martial art. Because there was no rank restriction, it had unlimited possibilities. However, because there was no rank restriction, it wasn't outstanding in the beginning. For example, the 2 sword arts that Chu Mu cultivated, the white horse sword style was at the half-step Great Emperor realm. In other words, the highest level of cultivation would be at the half-step Great Emperor realm. At the same time, it also meant that this sword art was most suitable for half-step Great Emperors. If one's strength exceeded half-step Great Emperors, this sword art would be useless. The highest level of the sky-shattering cloud sword style was at the Great Emperor realm. It meant that the highest level of cultivation was suitable for Great Emperors. It also meant that the highest level of cultivation was at the Great Emperor realm. All of these were restrictions. The lifeless sword style had no rank restriction. This meant that, theoretically, even Qi refining realm cultivators could cultivate it. Even Dominator realm experts could cultivate it. It also meant that the power could be at the Qi refining realm, Dominator realm, or even higher. Of course, the power of the lifeless sword style wasn't only related to the cultivator's cultivation. It was also closely related to one's murderous aura and killing intent. The stronger the murderous aura and killing intent, the stronger the power of the lifeless sword style would be. The lifeless sword style was a sword art of the slaughter Dao. It was closely related to the murderous aura and killing intent. It wasn't as obvious as the cultivation level. Of course, this was relative. The difference between the white horse sword style and the sky-shattering cloud sword style was that the lifeless sword style wasn't only a sword art without a rank. It was a sword art that Chu Mu had created himself. It was completely compatible with Chu Mu's own sword art. Such a sword art could be unleashed beyond the limit and had amazing potential. Let me try the strongest power of the lifeless sword style. Chu Mu thought to himself. His eyes emitted an incomparably fierce glint that shot out and landed on the metal statue. Soon after, an incomparably powerful killing intent surged forth. It converged with the great true energy and instantly poured into the perishing sword. Using a peculiar method, it combined and rotated. When it collided, it exploded with an even more tyrannical power. The sword of slaughter of the path-seeking sword art. Lifeless sword style. Chu Mu said in his heart. He slashed out with his sword. It turned into a blood-red sword light. It was like a waning moon and flowing light. It tore through the air and attacked the metal statue. The moment the sword was unleashed, the sword light had already hit the metal statue. An ear-piercing sound rang out. The sword had actually cut the metal statue's head in half. It should be known that the metal statue could withstand the attack of a half-step great emperor. Chu Mu could clearly feel that the lifeless sword style he had used with the Sword of Slaughter was his most powerful attack. Its power had surpassed the level of an ordinary Supreme Saint. It had risen to the level of a peak Supreme Saint. This was the most powerful sword move he had mastered so far. After unleashing the sword, Chu Mu also felt a wave of weakness. Not only did he feel weak in terms of power, but he also felt weak in his murderous aura and killing intent. After comprehending the mysteries of the way of slaughter, his murderous aura and killing intent had become a power that he could freely use. It had become the same as great true force. It could be consumed and recovered. When Chu Mu used all of his murderous aura and killing intent, it was like using all of his great true force in an instant. There would be a temporary lack of power. It was a kind of weakness. Such a sword meant that Chu Mu could only use it once in a short period of time. If he couldn't kill the enemy, he might be killed. Thus, he couldn't use it easily. Chapter 21-28. After more than 10 days, Chu Mu came out of seclusion. He had turned the mysteries he had comprehended from the tablet of slaughter into a sword technique. It was a sword technique that was 100% compatible with him. He had also improved this sword technique to its current peak. Next, if I want to increase the power of lifeless sword style, I have to either increase my cultivation or sharpen my killing intent to increase more killing intent. Chu Mu thought, but Chu Tianjiao, not long after Chu Mu left the human hall, someone came up to him. His tone was respectful. What's the matter? Chu Mu looked over. He was sure that he had never seen this person before. Chu Tianjiao, I am from the 100 Heavens Alliance. I am here on the orders of Alliance Leader Li to invite you to our 100 Heavens Alliance as a guest. The person from the 100 Heavens Alliance said sincerely. Please lead the way, Chu Mu said. Since the other person was polite, he was polite too. The person from the 100 Heavens Alliance was delighted. He knew very well that the invitations from the top 3 forces, Heaven's Gate, Two Sect, and Yuan Clan, were all rejected by the other party. Although the 100 Heavens Alliance was not bad, it could only be considered a new force. It was far from being comparable to the top 3 forces. It could only be ranked outside the top 100. Therefore, he did not expect the invitation to be successful from the start. He did not expect the result to be completely unexpected. He succeeded. Chu Tianjiao, please follow me, the person said excitedly. He quickly turned and led the way. Every force had their own stronghold in the human city. Although the Hundred Heavens Alliance was a force founded by geniuses from the outside world, it was no exception. Not long after, Chu Mu arrived at the stronghold of the Hundred Heavens Alliance. It was a very simple and huge wooden building with a total of 3 floors. As soon as Chu Mu arrived, Li Qiubai led the geniuses of the Hundred Heavens Alliance to welcome him. "Brother Chu, you are finally here," Li Qiubai said with a smile. "Since Brother Li invited me, I naturally have to come," Chu Mu said. Li Qiubai was very grateful that Chu Mu did not become the leader of the Hundred Heavens Alliance. He saw Chu Mu as a friend that he could make. At the same time, he also said that the members of the Hundred Heavens Alliance treated Chu Mu as their leader. It was as if Chu Mu had become the honorary leader of the Hundred Heavens Alliance. Similarly, for Chu Mu, befriending the geniuses of the Hundred Heavens Alliance was not a bad thing. After all, unless it was absolutely necessary, who would be willing to make the whole world their enemy? Moreover, it was always more convenient to travel outside with more friends. The members of the Hundred Heavens Alliance were all present. Every one of them was a genius. They had heard Li Qiubai's words and were very clear about it. Therefore, no one was hostile to Chu Mu. As for Si Yufeng, to be honest, he was not very popular in the Hundred Heavens Alliance. He had coveted Chu Mu's slaughter rune. After he had refused to buy it, he had even wanted to kill Chu Mu. This was not a problem. It was a very normal thing. The key was that he was not as good as Chu Mu and was killed. In theory, he was a member of the Hundred Heavens Alliance. The members of the Hundred Heavens Alliance should at least seek an explanation for him. Li Qiubai had indeed done so. However, he had failed and lost. The Hundred Heavens Alliance had almost changed hands. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, Li Qiubai was more grateful to Chu Mu. After all, the Hundred Heavens Alliance was his blood, sweat, and tears. However, not being enemies was one thing. Many people looked at Chu Mu with a trace of fighting spirit. A peerless genius of the human race, the first person to leave his name on the sword cliff, the first person to comprehend the slaughter steel. He had all sorts of glory and halo. However, no one knew how strong he was. Naturally, many people would compare him. As a guest, they naturally could not avoid good food and good wine. Apart from Si Yufeng, who had died, the Hundred Heavens Alliance still had 99 geniuses present. There were both men and women of the younger generation. Each of them had a peerless cultivation base. At least half of them had the strength of a holy venerate. Those who had not reached the holy venerate level were at the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm. Chu Mu was not afraid of drinking. He drank cup after cup of wine. He did not refuse anyone. How can there be no sword when there is wine? Suddenly, one of the Hundred Heavens Alliance's geniuses stood up. His eyes shone brightly as he approached Chu Mu with astonishing battle intent. "I'm Nanzhen, the second in command of the Alliance Master. I'm also a sword cultivator, and I'd like to ask Chu Tianjiao for advice on sword techniques." The second in command of the Alliance, Lord, meant that this person called Nanzhen was the third in command of the Hundred Heavens Alliance. The first in command was naturally Li Qiubai. The others were not surprised by Nanzhen's challenge. They did not have the slightest intention of stopping him. Instead, they had the attitude of watching a good show. However, it was not intentional. They just wanted to see Chu Mu's sword techniques. They wanted to see the strength of this peerless genius of the human race. Okay. Chu Mu did not refuse. He just took it as adding to the fun. At the same time, he also wanted to see the sword techniques of the third in command of the Hundred Heavens Alliance. Immediately, Chu Mu picked up a chopstick and used it as a sword. He stabbed it at Nanzhen. Nanzhen also quickly picked up a chopstick to counterattack. There was no real confrontation. Instead, they used chopsticks as swords to fight. Actually, in many cases, for a sword cultivator like Chu Mu and Nanzhen, one chopstick could kill someone. The two sides did not use any other power. It was purely a competition of sword techniques. In this way, the lethality would not be so great. In addition, it was not a real sword, so the lethality was further weakened. Chu Mu's position was a little far from Nanzhen. Even if the two tried their best to reach out with their chopsticks, they would not be able to touch each other. However, at this moment, under the sword techniques displayed by the two sides, one could only see sword shadows constantly colliding. They were looking for the flaws in the other's sword techniques to break through. As the third in command of the 100 Heavens Alliance, Nanzhen's cultivation was at the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm. His strength had reached the level of an ordinary supreme Saint Master. Once he burst out, this huge wooden building would be directly torn down. His attainments in sword techniques were also quite profound. In the confrontation, Chu Mu could feel that it was a sword technique of the Earth realm. In the sword city of the Azure domain, there were very few people whose sword techniques had reached the Earth realm. However, the Azure domain was only a low-level domain after all. Geniuses like Nanzhen who were born in a high-level domain naturally had more advantages. After several exchanges, Chu Mu could be sure that Nanzhen did not hide his sword technique realm. It was indeed at the peak of the middle level of the Earth realm. He should have settled down for a long time. Once he had an opportunity, he would be able to break through and reach the upper level of the Earth realm. As for Chu Mu, his sword technique realm had reached the Heaven realm. Although it had not really reached the initial level of the Heaven realm, it was still much better than Nanzhen's. It was too difficult to improve the sword technique realm of the Heaven realm. So far, Chu Mu had only improved a little. After all, until now, he had not met a sword cultivator who could compare with him in sword technique realm. Even the city lord of the sword city of the Azure domain, who was a great emperor sword cultivator, was the same. Without enough pressure, it was difficult to improve. On the other hand, Chu Mu had not encountered any opportunities that could help him comprehend the sword technique realm. He could only rely on his own efforts to comprehend the sword technique realm bit by bit and slowly improve. Chu Mu did not use the full extent of his sword technique realm when he fought with Nanzhen because it was not necessary. In fact, he only controlled it to the middle level of the Earth realm, which was similar to Nanzhen's. However, Chu Mu's application of the sword technique was much better than Nanzhen's. This was because Chu Mu's true sword technique realm had reached the Heaven realm. The gap between the Heaven realm and the Earth realm was like a chasm, like the gap between the Great Emperor and the Dominator realm. Nanzhen's expression was solemn as he continuously attacked. He changed his sword technique one after another, but he was still unable to break through Chu Mu's defense. Chu Mu did not use any special sword technique from the beginning to the end. He only used the same few moves, and it could even be seen that he only used basic sword techniques. Even so, he was able to resist Nanzhen's ever-changing attacks. Nanzhen was not the only one who was shocked. The other geniuses of the 100 Heavens Alliance were also shocked. Li Qiubai's expression did not change, but his heart was in turmoil. He had already overestimated Chu Mu, but he did not expect him to exceed his expectations. It could be seen that Nanzhen had used all of his swordsmanship to attack with all of his might. However, his opponent was able to casually defend against his attacks. Every move he made seemed so simple and clear, yet it contained an indescribable mystery. It could be seen that their sword technique realms were not at the same level. Nanzhen was naturally unwilling to give up. Moreover, his sword technique realm was very high among his peers. It was difficult to find someone who could match him. Now that he had met an opponent who could not only match him, but even surpass him, he was itching to test his skills. He did not want to end the fight. He felt that this was an opportunity for him, a turning point. Perhaps he could use this turning point to break through his current level of swordsmanship and reach an even higher level. Due to various reasons, Nanzhen naturally wouldn't stop here. Sensing Nanzhen's intentions, Chu Mu didn't intend to stop either. He might as well help Nanzhen achieve a breakthrough in his sword technique. Then, Nanzhen would definitely be grateful to him. They continued to exchange blows. Under Chu Mu's conscious guidance, Nan Zhen's sword technique kept changing. He performed all the sword techniques he had practiced, regardless of their level or power. Every time he performed them, there would be some subtle changes, and they became more exquisite. Immediately, the chopsticks in Chu Mu's hand trembled, as if they had turned into thousands of pieces. They were full of thousands of changes and seemed to contain endless changes. Limitless sword technique, limitless nature. With this move, even Li Qiubai was instantly bewitched, unable to see what was real and what was fake, let alone Nanjun itself. Unable to see, clearly unable to resist. Nan Zhen's chopsticks were knocked down. Immediately, he felt a chill between his eyebrows, as if he had been stabbed by something. Nan Zhen knew that if it had been a battle of life and death, his eyebrows would have been pierced, and he would have been killed. Chapter 21-29. In the wooden building of the 100 Heavens Alliance, Chu Mu used the chopsticks as a sword and performed the limitless sword technique, defeating Nan Zhen in an instant. "I got it!" Nan Zhen suddenly roared and stood up. He turned into a stream of light and flew away, leaving the stunned crowd behind. That, Brother Chu, Nan Zhen might have something urgent to do, Li Qiubai explained. "Please don't take offense. He must have comprehended something and is about to make a breakthrough in his swordsmanship," Chu Mu said with a smile. His words made many people's eyes light up. "This is all thanks to Brother Chu," Li Qiubai said. He was not surprised at all. Nan Zhen owes Brother Chu a big favor. "It's just a small matter," Chu Mu said. To him, it was indeed a small matter. After all, even with his guidance, Nan Zhen still needed to have a strong foundation and reach the peak of the middle level of the Earth Realm. He was only one step away from the high level of the Earth Realm. He needed an opportunity. Seeing Nan Zhen's gains, other people started to challenge him one after another, whether they were sword cultivators or not. Chu Mu did not refuse them. Sometimes he even used one chopstick to deal with several people at the same time. The people of the 100 Heavens Alliance were all true geniuses, although they were not as good as Chu Mu. Fighting with them could also improve Chu Mu's swordsmanship to a certain extent. In the end, even Li Qiubai fought. Of course, Li Qiubai fought alone. After all, he was also a genius and the leader of the 100 Heavens Alliance. He could not join forces with others to fight against Chu Mu alone. No one in the 100 Heavens Alliance was a match for Chu Mu. Moreover, after fighting with Chu Mu, they more or less gained something. This made them feel very grateful to Chu Mu. They drank to their heart's content. Drinking wine, eating meat, and sparring continued for a total of 3 days before it ended. In these 3 days, everyone in the 100 Heavens Alliance recognized Chu Mu as the Alliance Master. After 3 days of sparring, Chu Mu bid farewell to everyone and left the human city. He planned to enter the battlefield again. The current slaughter battlefield was only a superficial slaughter battlefield. Even so, there were still a large number of slaughter behemoths, as well as people from the God Clan and the Devil Clan. The purpose of entering the slaughter battlefield was naturally to fight and sharpen their skills. In particular, the power of the lifeless sword style was closely related to one's murderous spirit and killing intent. Entering the battlefield to kill behemoths and powerful enemies, one could accumulate one's own murderous spirit and condense one's own killing intent, which would increase the power of the lifeless sword style bit by bit. Not long after, Chu Mu left Human City and headed to the battlefield. The longer Chu Mu stayed in the slaughter world, the more he learned about it. He almost knew what conditions he needed to meet if he wanted to leave the slaughter world. He was different from those who entered the slaughter world directly from the outside world. Those people entered the slaughter world through fixed channels or space-time gates. However, Chu Mu entered the slaughter world through the Slaughtering King Palace. There was a difference between the two. If he wanted to leave the slaughter world, he had to challenge the killing list. If he was ranked on it, he would be qualified to leave the slaughter world. He did not need to go through the space-time gates like others. He could leave directly. Note that he could leave any time and anywhere. If he could be ranked in the top 100 of the killing list, he could also get a chance to return to the slaughter world at any time. In other words, no matter where he was in the outside world, as long as the restriction did not exceed the power of the slaughter world master, Chu Mu could return to the slaughter world at any time. What did this mean? This meant that Chu Mu had a chance to escape in the face of a life or death situation. This opportunity was extremely precious. If he could be ranked in the top 10, in addition to getting a chance to leave and enter the slaughter world at any time, he could also get a slaughter space-time order. Using the slaughter space-time order, Chu Mu could build a slaughter space-time gate, allowing people to enter and leave the slaughter world through the slaughter space-time gate. To put it simply, the space-time gate that could enter the slaughter world in each realm was built by the slaughter space-time order obtained by the top 10 of the killing list. According to the rules of the slaughter world, each realm, regardless of whether it was high, middle, or low level, could only have one slaughter space-time gate. Each slaughter space-time gate could exist for 10,000 years. Once the time limit was up, it would automatically disappear and had to be rebuilt with the slaughter space-time order. However, in order to get the reward of the slaughter space-time order, in addition to being in the top 10, one had to meet another condition. That was, one had to enter the slaughter world from the slaughtering king palace. In summary, this was the difference between entering the slaughter king palace and entering the slaughter king palace. Those who did not enter the slaughter king palace had to be ranked in the top 100 to get a chance to leave the slaughter world at any time. Those who were ranked in the top 10 would get a chance to enter the slaughter world from the outside world at any time. Those who were ranked in the top 3 would get a slaughter space-time order. Those who entered the Slaughter King Palace and were ranked in the top 1,000 would get a chance to leave the slaughter world at any time. Those who were ranked in the top 100 would get a chance to enter the slaughter world from the outside world at any time. Those who were ranked in the top 10 would get a slaughter space-time order. This information was basically obtained from the 100 Heavens Alliance. Of course, they did not know that Chu Mu had entered the slaughter world from the Slaughter King Palace. Challenging the Carnage Green leaderboard was a mission that lasted for 10 years. Today, only a little over a year had passed. Chu Mu still had enough time to raise his cultivation and strength. At the very least, he had to improve his cultivation to the 4th refinement of the exceptional realm. At that time, he might be able to challenge the top 10. As long as he was ranked in the top 10, he would be able to get all kinds of benefits and the mission reward. Increase, increase, increase. There were only 8 years left. It seemed long, but it was actually not long. He had to race against time. With his powerful strength, Chu Mu rushed into the slaughter world at the fastest speed. With his sword in hand, he looked for the slaughtered giant beasts, the divine race and the demon race, to start a massacre. The moment Chu Mu entered the slaughter world, a figure appeared at the space-time gate in the human city square. As soon as the figure appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was as if he was the center of the world. This person's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were as cold as the stars in the night sky. His straight body released a faintly discernible sword essence. Once the sword essence was released, it seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth. It was Yi Jingshin. Due to the restriction of the slaughter world, the Great Sky region, as a high-level region, could only have one slaughter space-time gate. However, the slaughter space-time gate did not exist in the Sky Sword Sacred Hall. It was quite a distance away from the Sky Sword Sacred Hall. After Yi Jingshin came out of seclusion, he had to quickly leave the Sky Sword Sacred Hall and rush to the slaughter space-time gate to enter the slaughter world. Now he had finally entered the slaughter world. Nothing. Yi Jingshin looked around and did not find anything. He frowned slightly. Suddenly, those who were looking at him were frightened. They felt as if they could feel the anger of a god. What a terrifying person! Who is this person? They were all frightened and did not dare to look at Yi Jingshin. Yi Jingyan was Yi Jingshan's younger brother. Therefore, Yi Jingshan had left a thought on Yi Jingyan. Once Yi Jingyan was killed, he would be able to sense it and see the murderer's appearance clearly. It was because of this that Yi Jingshan had entered the slaughter world alone to find the murderer. This was because he recognized the murderer's appearance and even knew the murderer's aura. Suppressing the anger and killing intent in his heart, Yi Jingshan walked away and left the square. He began to gather information. He knew that it would be difficult for him to find the murderer alone. However, he could use his resources to get others to help him find the murderer. Soon, Yi Jingshan locked onto a great saint and used his powerful sword intent to oppress him. The great saint was terrified and trembled. Do you know this person? Yi Jingshan used his thought to condense Chu Mu's figure in the air. It was very clear. I know him. The great saint stuttered. It was not that he was not ambitious, but Yi Jingshan's sword intent was too terrifying. It made him feel as if the world was falling apart. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. As for Chu Mu, after all this time, the name of the Chu dynasty had been deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Many people had seen him before. Even if they had not seen him personally, they had seen images of him. Therefore, there were not many people in the city who did not know Chu Mu. Speak. Yi Jingshan's voice did not contain any anger or killing intent. It was just a simple word, but it made the great saint tremble. He's called Chu Dynasty. He's the first person to leave his name on the sword cliff. He's a peerless genius of the human race. The great saint quickly replied, Chu Dynasty, the first person to leave his name on the sword cliff. Peerless genius. Yi Jingshan repeated in a low voice. He was very surprised because he did not expect that the person who killed his brother would have such a background. But so what? You killed my brother. No matter who you are, you must die. You find this person. Yi Jingshan's tone became calmer. However, the great saint did not know why his soul was trembling. I don't know. Where is he? I remember. A few days ago, he went to the 100 Sky Alliance. Lead the way. Yi Jingshan's tone was still calm. What? The great saint was still trembling. The 100 Sky Alliance. Yi Jingshan seemed to be very patient. Yes. The great saint did not dare to disobey. Although they were not allowed to fight in the city, otherwise the secret guardians would appear. However, at this moment, the great saint was locked on by Yi Jingshan's sword intent. He did not have the spare energy to think about anything else. Moreover, he felt as if the world was falling apart. He was scared out of his wits and did not want to bear any more pain. Chapter 2130. After Chu Mu's battle, everyone in the 100 Sky Alliance, including the alliance leader Li Qiubai, had gained something. Yi Jingshan came to the wooden building of the 100 Sky Alliance. Where is the Chu royal court? Yi Jingshan's expression was cold as he asked in an indifferent tone. His indifferent tone and haughty attitude immediately made the genius from the 100 Heavens Alliance very uncomfortable. However, he did not know the relationship between this person and the Chu royal court, so he spoke with a relatively good attitude. May I know what business you have with the Chu royal court? To kill him, Yi Jingshan said without hesitation. Do you have a grudge against the Chu royal court? The genius of the 100 Sky Alliance asked impolitely, Where is the Chu royal court? Yi Jingshan did not bother to answer and asked again. However, his tone was even colder. I don't know. The genius of the 100 Sky Alliance answered coldly. Firstly, he was impatient. Since Yi Jingshan had a grudge against the Chu royal court, it meant that he had a grudge against the 100 Sky Alliance. Secondly, he was telling the truth. He did not know where Chu Mu was, but it sounded different in Yi Jingshan's ears. Where is the Chu royal court? Yi Jingshan spoke for the third time. His voice contained an earth-shattering sword intent that spread throughout the wooden building. The terrifying sword intent made people feel as if the world was about to end. The expression of the genius from the Hundred Sky Alliance changed drastically. He felt as if his spiritual world was about to be split apart by the sword. His world was about to collapse. All the geniuses in the wooden building of the Hundred Sky Alliance felt Yi Jingshin's terrifying sword essence fluctuation and heard Yi Jingshin's voice. They were all startled. "Who are you?" The alliance leader, Li Qiubai, appeared and asked Yi Jingshin coldly, "I am looking for the Chu royal court. Ask them to come out." Yi Jingshin looked at Li Qiubai and spoke again. His voice contained a terrifying sword intent that attacked Li Qiubai. Li Qiubai's expression changed drastically. In terms of cultivation, Yi Jingshin was in the fifth refinement of the exceptional realm. Li Qiubai was also in the fifth refinement of the exceptional realm. Furthermore, Li Qiubai was more advanced than Yi Jingshin. However, Yi Jingshin's sword intent made Li Qiubai feel a sense of danger. It was as though the world he was in had collapsed. What a terrifying sword intent! Who is this person? Li Qiubai was secretly shocked. He was, after all, a prodigy. Even though he was shocked, he was not as weak as the others. He was still able to resist. "You have a grudge against the Chu royal court?" Li Qiubai asked. Even though he was shocked, his expression did not change. Yi Jingshin saw this and immediately became interested. However, Yi Jingshin only wanted to find the Chu royal palace and avenge the death of his brother, Yi Jingyan. "Hand over the Chu royal court. Otherwise, all of you will die." Yi Jingshin's tone didn't change much, but it seemed to contain a terrifying intent domain. It was as if he said that others had to die, they had to die. "Give it a try then." Li Qiubai did not show any weakness. Perhaps this person was even more talented than him. However, Li Qiubai was in the fifth refinement of the exceptional plane. His abilities had reached the pinnacle of the supreme, holy master. He was definitely in the top 20 of the massacre ranking in Human City. He was not afraid at all. Yi Jingshin's eyes suddenly changed. They were as sharp as swords. Shocking sword intent flowed in them. The geniuses of the Hundred Sky Alliance felt as if lightning had struck the room. Their faces turned white. The terrifying sharpness made them feel as if thousands of swords were slicing their bodies. Li Qiubai was the first to bear the brunt. He felt as if his eyes had been pierced by swords. It was very painful. His mind also felt as if it had been sliced and torn apart. Who is this person? How can he have such terrifying eyes and sword intent? Li Qiubai was even more shocked. Li Qiubai was completely sure that this person was definitely very strong. He was even stronger than him. Perhaps he could compete with the top 10 of the massacre ranking. Such a strong enemy was not someone the Chu royal court could fight against right now. Li Qiubai's idea was very simple. Since they could not fight back, they would lure the other party to attack. As long as the other party attacked, the secret guardians of massacre would appear. Even a great emperor would die when facing the secret guardians of massacre. Using the secret guardians of massacre to get rid of a strong enemy. Li Qiubai's plan was very good. Unfortunately, Yi Jingshin also had some understanding of the massacre world. He knew that he could not fight in the city. Otherwise, he would be killed by the secret guardians of massacre. Yi Jingshin had a bright future. How could he be willing to die here? He looked deeply at Li Qiubai. Then he turned and walked out of the wooden building of the Hundred Sky Alliance. There was no point in staying any longer. Tell the Chu royal court that for killing my brother, I, Yi Jingshin, will kill him for revenge no matter where he is. Yi Jingshin left the sentence. Yi Jingshin. Li Qiubai was shocked. He had heard of this name before. He was a peerless genius from the Great Sky Domain. He was the last disciple of the Sky Sword Holy Hall Lord. Everyone, this is a very strong enemy. Brother Chu will not be able to deal with him now. We must inform him immediately. Li Qiubai said. Now, let's leave the human city and look for Brother Chu. Let him return to the human city as soon as possible. They only knew that Chu Mu was going to leave the human city to train. However, they did not know where he was going. They could only search for him. Also, if you meet this person, leave as soon as possible, Li Qiubai said. This person, who called himself Yi Jingshin, was too strong. He looked down on the common people like ants. After this incident, if they met Yi Jingshin in the outside world, they would probably be killed. Don't worry, Alliance Lord. We will definitely bring the news, everyone said. After Yi Jingshin left the 100 Sky Alliance, he went straight out of the human city. Although he wanted to find the Chu royal court with the help of others, he did not want others to kill him. He wanted to do it himself. Only then could he vent his anger. Now, Yi Jingshin's goal was to leave the human city. He guessed that the Chu royal court might not be in the city. He wanted to search for the Chu royal court while going to the Sword Cliff. The goal of going to the Sword Cliff was simple. He wanted to leave his name on the Sword Cliff. It did not matter if there was a reward or not. Many geniuses who entered the slaughtering world from the outside world would definitely go to the Sword Cliff to try to leave their name. Even if they did not succeed, they would want to see what other people had done. Yi Jingshin was confident that he could leave his name on the Sword Cliff. He was also confident that he could leave his name at a high place. His second goal was to surpass the Chu royal court and suppress them at the Sword Cliff. On the way to the Sword Cliff, he would encounter slaughtering giant beasts. There were low-level and mid-level ones. However, the low-level slaughtering giant beasts did not even dare to get close to Yi Jingshin. Once the mid-level slaughtering giant beasts came close, they would not be able to withstand a single finger from Yi Jingshin. His finger pointed out like a sword and killed them instantly. Even the mid-level 8th level slaughtering giant beasts could not withstand the power of Yi Jingshin's finger. Yi Jingshin came to the bottom of the Sword Cliff. He raised his head and looked at the names on the Sword Cliff. The highest name was Chu Royal Court. Other than these 3 names, Yi Jingshin ignored all the other names. It was very difficult to leave one's name on the Sword Cliff. Even though Yi Jingshin was confident in himself, he did not dare to underestimate it. He adjusted his breath and accumulated his power. Suddenly, he was like a bolt of lightning that tore the sky apart. He was extremely fast. In an instant, Yi Jingshin reached a height of 900 feet. The sword light flashed. It was as if he had performed a simple yet complicated sword technique and carved on the Sword Cliff. Immediately his figure landed. The 3 words Yi Jingshin shone brightly. Yi Jingshin raised his head and stared at it. The 3 words that were shining brightly landed on the Sword Cliff. Yi Jingshin's face suddenly changed, because the position where his name landed was not higher than Chu Mu's. Not to mention surpassing, it was not even close. It was only slightly higher than the second name. At this moment, Yi Jingshin saw the name that was originally second, Nyakong. If Yi Jingshin's name was lower than Nyakong's, he would have paid more attention. But since it was higher than Nyakong's name, Yi Jingshin ignored it again. He only stared at Chu Royal Court's name. According to the saying, the position of one's name on the Sword Cliff represented one's potential. In other words, Chu Royal Court's potential was higher than Yi Jingshin's. Yi Jingshin did not want to admit it, but the truth was right in front of him. So what? Potential is potential. Strength is strength. Yi Jingshin muttered to himself, "If you die, you are nothing." That voice was filled with killing intent. It was as if it could shake heaven and earth. In the slaughtering battlefield, Chu Mu did not know that Yi Jingyun's brother, Yi Jingshin, had entered the slaughtering world in order to kill him. He also did not know that Yi Jingshin had entered the 100 Sky Alliance to investigate his whereabouts. He also did not know that Yi Jingshin had gone to the Sword Cliff to leave his name. In the end, he could not surpass him, but surpassed Nyakong by a little. At this moment, Chu Mu was fighting with a slaughtering giant beast. This slaughtering giant beast was a middle level 8 slaughtering giant beast. It was very powerful and was even stronger than an ordinary supreme sacred master. The limitless sword technique's limitless manifestation did not seem to have much effect on the slaughtering giant beast. This was because the slaughtering giant beast did not have any intelligence and would not be confused. As for the second technique, 10,000 manifestations returned to one. Chumu reckoned that it would be effective. However, he had not mastered it yet. The slaughtering giant beast was equivalent to a powerful supreme sacred master. Its strength was shocking, and it did not fear death. Chumu found it difficult to kill it. He even fell into a dangerous situation a few times. In terms of strength, the current Chumu was only equivalent to a weak supreme sacred master. However, he was able to withstand it because of his amazing tenacity. If Chumu's cultivation could reach the 4th refinement of the exceptional realm, his strength would improve significantly. At that time, it would be easy for him to kill a middle level 8 slaughtering giant beast. However, he could not do it now. He was only at the middle level of the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm. It was not enough. However, it was this kind of life and death battle that put Chumu in a high-intensity situation. Under great pressure, his potential was slowly being dug out. After retreating, Chumu found the best opportunity to attack with his sword. Slaughtering sword. Lifeless sword technique. Chapter 2131. Lifeless sword style was a sword of slaughter, a sword of killing principle. Once it was used, it would kill. This was not a sword technique that could be easily used. At this moment, Chumu seized the best opportunity to use the sword of slaughter of the Tao, seeking swordsmanship, to push the power of lifeless sword style to a higher level. With one stroke, life was taken. This was a very extreme sword attack, one with extremely heavy killing intent. Chumu had saved it for the most appropriate time to use it. With one stroke, the blood-red sword light pierced through the air. The slaughtering giant beast could not dodge it, and its strong defense seemed to have lost its effect. It allowed the blood-red sword light to break through it as if it was cutting tofu. The power of this stroke had reached the limit of a supreme, holy master. With one stroke, the rank 8 intermediate slaughtering giant beast was killed on the spot, leaving only streaks of bronze-level slaughter secret runes. Since the truth rune and the killing intent rune were solidified, Chumu had mastered a few more runes. Once he used them, they could continue to strengthen his essence, chi, and spirit, and temporarily increase his strength. After entering the slaughter battlefield for a few days, Chumu's killing intent had become stronger. His killing intent had also been sharpened and purified, which made the power of lifeless sword style stronger. However, it was only a quantitative change, not a qualitative change. If he wanted to achieve a qualitative change, the current accumulation of killing intent and killing intent was far from enough. After killing the rank 8 intermediate slaughtering giant beast, Chumu's killing intent had become stronger. His killing intent had also been sharpened. Everything was developing in a good direction. This kind of high-intensity life and death battle could not only stimulate Chumu's own potential, but also allow him to cultivate in seclusion in a short period of time. It could also accumulate killing intent and sharpen killing intent. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Some of the people from the 100 Heavens Alliance also entered the battlefield to look for Chumu. Unfortunately, the battlefield was not small, and Chumu would not stay in one place, so the probability of meeting him was not high. Chumu continued to move around the battlefield, searching for the slaughtering beasts, celestials, and demons to stimulate his potential. Yi Jingxin also left the Sword Cliff. He returned to the human city and announced that anyone who found Chu Wangting would be rewarded accordingly. As the last disciple of the Sky Sword Temple Lord, Yi Jingxin was very wealthy. The reward he gave was naturally very tempting. Moreover, they were only looking for traces of the Chu royal court, not making an enemy out of the Chu royal court. Many people left Human City and began to search for the whereabouts of the Chu royal court. Some of the stronger ones even entered the battlefield to search. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. Yi Jingshen received news that someone had seen Chu Wangting enter the slaughter battlefield. Therefore, Yi Jingshen moved and entered the slaughter battlefield to find Chu Wangting. However, looking for a person in the slaughter battlefield was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Half a month had passed. Yi Jingshen had killed many slaughtering beasts and many celestials and demons, but he still could not find any trace of the Chu royal court. Sword of slaughter, lifeless sword style. The blood-red sword light pierced through the air. Extreme killing intent and murderous chi were condensed within it. With one slash, the peak supreme holy master of the demon race was unable to resist and was killed by the slash. The lifeless sword style driven by the sword of slaughter had increased its power after more than a month of accumulating murderous chi and murderous intent. At its highest level, it was infinitely close to the level of a half-step great emperor. If there was a qualitative change, it would go one step further and reach the level of a half-step great emperor. Its power would then be able to threaten a half-step great emperor. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Chu Mu's murderous chi had accumulated even more, and his murderous intent had become even purer. This time, Chu Mu met someone face to face. Subconsciously, he felt that the person seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, Chu Mu was certain that he had never seen this person before. After thinking for a while, the person's eyes shot out an extremely sharp light. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the air towards Chu Mu. It directly rushed into Chu Mu's eyes and entered his spiritual world. In an instant, Chu Mu, who was not on guard, felt as if a destructive divine sword had appeared in his spiritual world. The destructive divine sword waved in the air and released an extremely terrifying power. The power and aura seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth. It was extremely domineering and powerful. In an instant, Chu Mu felt as if his spiritual world was being torn apart by the destructive divine sword. It was as if it was about to collapse. It was the end of the world. What a terrifying sword essence! Chu Mu was secretly shocked. He had never heard of or seen such a sword essence before. If he also had sword essence, he was not sure if he could compare with the other party's sword essence. However, he did not have sword essence. All of his sword essences had been condensed into the origin of swordsmanship. No matter how strong the sword essence was, even if it was earth-shattering, it could not be compared with the origin of swordsmanship. With a thought, the power of the origin of swordsmanship was mobilized. It instantly turned into a sword light and destroyed the destructive divine sword. The moment the destructive divine sword was destroyed, the person's expression changed slightly. He was extremely shocked. Chu Wangting is indeed the first person to leave his name on the sword cliff. You are indeed extraordinary. However, it is a pity that you have killed my brother. Only death awaits you. This person was Yi Jingshen. His eyes contained his sword essence. Under the attack of his sword essence, it was difficult for people to withstand. They would fall into an illusion of the end of the world. Once they could not withstand it and thought that it was real, their spiritual world would be affected and eventually collapse. Until now, even some half-step great emperors could not withstand his sword essence so easily. However, his sword essence was withstood in a very short period of time and was even destroyed. Yi Jingshen's battle intent surged from the depths of his soul without any reason. Yes, he was here to avenge his brother, Yi Jingyan. However, at the same time, he was also a peerless genius. A peerless genius who was at the top and could not find a worthy opponent. He had his pride and his passion. Brother. Chu Mu was slightly stunned when he heard the other party's words. Immediately, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. He thought of Yi Jingyan and said, "You are Yi Jingshen, Yi Jingyun's brother." When Chu Mu had killed Yi Jingyan, Yi Jingshen's image had appeared and threatened Chu Mu. At that time, Chu Mu knew that one day he would meet Yi Jingxin, Yi Jingyun's brother. It was unavoidable for them to settle their grudges. However, he did not expect that it would be at this time. However, Chu Mu was not surprised. Everything was normal. Sooner or later. He would come sooner or later. I am Yi Jingxin, the person who will kill you. Yi Jingxin said. A sword appeared in his hand, and he slowly unsheathed it. As the sword came out of its scabbard, an indescribable sharp and overbearing aura filled the surroundings. Chu Mu could see the scene of heaven and earth shattering under the sword. It was extremely terrifying. The overbearing aura made Chu Mu realize that Yi Jingxin's strength had surpassed the supreme sacred master and was at the level of a half-step great emperor. He could not be compared to Yi Jingxin at this level. In other words, if they were to have a life-and-death battle, he would be no match for Yi Jingxin. The difference between the strength of a supreme sacred master and a half-step great emperor was very obvious. Yi Jingxin was here to kill Jian Wushuang. He would not show mercy. Although Jian Wushuang's strength had increased a lot compared to before, there was still a big gap between him and Yi Jingxin. He was no match for Yi Jingxin. Chu Mu was not afraid. However, he did not want to face such a strong opponent when he was not strong enough. Hence, he did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Yi Jingxin followed him and unsheathed his sword. It turned into a terrifying sword light and slashed towards Jian Wushuang. The sword light contained a terrifying sword intent that gave Chu Mu a feeling that it could even kill a divine demon. The sword light was extremely overbearing. As Chu Mu retreated, he also attacked with his sword. The lesser void space descended and engulfed the sword light. Shortly after, the lesser void space could not withstand the power of the sword light and was torn apart. However, the lesser void space also gave Chu Mu a chance to retreat further. Yi Jingxin was slightly stunned when he used the second level of the Sky's Edge body. Then he turned into an indescribable sword light and chased after Jian Wushuang at an astonishing speed. Chu Wangting, you are a peerless genius, but you don't dare to fight with me. Yi Jingxin chased after Jian Wushuang. He did not like to talk normally, but it did not mean that he had nothing to say. Previously, he wanted to take revenge for his brother, Yi Jingyun. However, after seeing Chu Mu, he changed his mind. He wanted to fight with a peerless genius to sharpen himself and prove his sword principle. Hence, he suppressed the thought of revenge. Of course, he would kill Jian Wushuang and take revenge at the same time. Thus, he didn't hesitate to speak up to provoke Chu Mu into a fight. Unfortunately, Chu Mu wasn't stupid. If it was a normal half-step emperor, he could fight. Between victory and defeat, he was confident he could survive. However, his opponent was a peerless genius. A peerless genius, half-step great emperor, was definitely not someone an ordinary half-step great emperor could compare with. Chu Mu was not afraid, but he was not willing to fight a battle that he had no confidence in. Unless his cultivation could reach the fourth refinement of the exceptional realm and increase his strength, then the battle would be more valuable. No matter how Yi Jingxin provoked him, Chu Mu did not stop. However, Yi Jingxin's speed was extremely fast, and he quickly closed the distance between them. If he continued to chase, he would definitely catch up with Chu Mu, and he would have no choice but to fight. Yi Jingxin, I have a sword. Do you dare to take it? Chu Mu thought for a moment and turned around to reply. Why wouldn't I? Yi Jingxin stopped chasing and stood proudly. He wanted to kill Jian Wushuang. Revenge had become a side effect. Hence, he wanted to kill Jian Wushuang when Jian Wushuang used all his means. This was not stupidity, but confidence and pride. My sword is called Lifeless, Chu Mu said as he circulated all his killing intent and killing intent. He circulated all his great true force, and the origin of Sword Tao burst forth without holding back.